just turn down the music a little bit. There we go. Hello everyone. How's it going? There. God, I had a nap after I went for the bike ride earlier today. It's been like an hour since I'm awake again, but I still feel a bit sleepy, but I'm ready for the book. I'm so ready. I'm doing good. We're just I'm really excited to continue with the book because oh my god. It's really good. And now that we're all caught up as well with the YouTube uploads, like all of the previous books are uploaded now, I can focus on just, you know, keeping the new ones up immediately. And we don't have to worry about any of that anymore. You know, on my way to the canal, that part is a bit more on the countryside with like also like a lot of like crop fields and stuff. And they have like a little like market sale stand there for like just fresh fruits and vegetables. And they also keep chickens there or something. And apparently there's always one chicken who somehow escapes over the fences and stuff. And I was just like riding past it, and I just saw one of the chickens just in the bushes of the forest next to it, and I'm like, what the hell? What's this chicken doing here? Why is this chicken not in the in the cages? Well, they're not really like full on caged in, you know, they have like an open space to walk around, but it wasn't inside that space. It was just like outside walking around next to the street. Like, hello? What the hell, this chicken? Try to cross the road, right? Why did the chicken cross the road? Yeah, it was a lot of fun. There were a lot of people there actually. Well, not a lot, but there's a lot of like bridges going across, and about like every bridge I was at, there were like people fishing, because if you have a fishing license and everything, you can fish in a canal. I don't have one. I never done it. I did go swimming in the canal a few times because it's somewhat safe to swim in there. Hey Lily, I hope you're having a good day. Like it's okay to swim in there. It's not like contaminated or anything. And what I also really want to do again, I saw some people there at like one of the piers with like some canoes and stuff, and I'm like, man, I really want to go and do that again as well. I haven't done any like canoeing or stuff like that in a while, and I actually like doing that. It's super fun. And you know you know, now that I can't go swimming at the very, very local, like close pool, and like, you know, biking is mostly doing lower body work, like legs and all. I mean, canoeing is more upper body work, right? I gotta balance it out. Yo, Ben, what's up? That would be nice, you know? ride on the bike to the canal, get that workout for the legs in, and then use the canoe on the canal and get that upper body work in. I got a substitute somehow, yeah. I just don't have a canoe or anything. There is actually like a canoeing sports club somewhere around there. It's not where I was, but it's somewhere around there. And they did have like an open day at some point, like a few years ago, and me and my dad went there. And we did do like canoeing with our teacher once as well. Because my PE teacher from secondary school is also like huge into sailing and stuff. And on a little island in the middle of the Rhine, which is like the big river flowing through like the part of Germany I live in, there on a little island there, she had like a little hut. So we actually had like an excursion where we just canoed along the Rhine to that little island, and that was a lot of fun as well. But you know, you're in a boat there with like 4 or 5 people paddling with like one of those like single ones, just like on one side. But I do kind of want to do like the whole like solo thing where you have the like big double-sided paddle. I kind of like that more. That is more fun for me. And I really want to do that again. Sadly, I don't have my own one, so I think they're like pretty expensive, right? So I can't just I don't think I have the money for that right now, sadly. But that would be cool. I'm a big like water guy in general. Like, I mean, the reason I love swimming, so like as a kid I was like, you could not get me out of water. If I go swimming, I will be swimming for a while. I will not leave. Just don't tip over. I haven't had that happen, but in the double canoe with my dad, we did sway a few times and it felt like we're gonna topple over, but we didn't. Luckily. All right. Hey, we have like there's a few activities I can do here in general. I know in one of the closer parks I have, you can also just go there to do like some archery and stuff. And archery is also a thing I really enjoy. Like, if any game gives me the option to play a character with like a bow and arrow or something, I love doing that. I always go with the bow and arrow. So, you know, I do enjoy a good amount of archery, and decent at it, I would say. Like, I've done it a few times with the class, or like, you know, on trips. And yeah, I remember on one of the class trips we did it, and we had both of our PE teachers participating as well, and it was like a point system basically. Right, the Hawkeye with the, yeah, no, like I remember we had like a point system there with like elimination rounds, and I got into the finale, and I think one of our PE teachers did as well. But in the end, I actually won. I beat them all. Archery is a lot of fun. Ray candy, fuck yeah, Slothy, let's go. Yeah, I hope that you're gonna feel better soon, Slothy. It's not fun being sick. Pizza will save me. It is not fun being sick. Absolutely. Man, I haven't had a pizza in a while as well. I should get one in the next few days. The rash spread. Oh no. When do you have the doctor's appointment for it? Didn't you call up your doctor already for it? This is what, Tuesday? Okay. Well, I hope you can get it done, and I hope it can give you some answers. I can cancel doctor. No, that is not how it works. Ooh. Yo, pizza party at Slothy's? Think the I don't know about that. It's gonna be nice though. You enjoy that pizza. I need my online fam. Yeah, we're gonna have a pizza party. I'm so down. Just has to. You still haven't get up and brush? I need to. Please do, Slothy. How much did you catch up on the book? I'm not sure. I don't know if you're fully up to date right now, but you should definitely do that. Like, you gotta do your stuff. Don't get distracted here. I'm fine. Okay. No worries. No, you're fine. You're fine. I was just curious where you're at. If you've continued even more, but yeah, no, it's all good. You gotta do your stuff now anyway. Please take care of yourself. You know how much I care for you to do all these things. Because it's important. And I want you to feel better. We also, as always, just what I was getting on fever. Fuck yeah. I don't actually know how much I slept through the night, or well, the day, I guess. But after the bike ride around like 4 p.m. I think 4 or 5 p.m. I took a nap until 10 p.m. Like a good 4 or 5 hour nap, you know. And now we're here. I am ill and cannot live. No, Slothy, oh my god. Then I will be Dia and protect you. That was fun though. I had a lot of fun thinking about that. Gia cosplay. Yeah, guys, as always as well, we got our tea. The same tea as always, orange and ginger with a dash of honey in there. And today again, with the Pokemon mug. I love this mug. It's one of my favorites. I should bring this over to you real quick. Hell yeah. Why not? Let's go. Yeah, just got a nice orange and ginger tea. You know, it's just nice to have that here while reading to like soothe the throat a little bit and keep it going. Ginger and honey are just very nice. And it tastes really good. So why not? Alright, let me see. How far are we into this now? What page are we at? We are at page 147. Green tea or vanilla chai? Ooh. Go with vanilla chai. That sounds real nice. So we're at like page 149, 148. So we are getting... We're getting to some things. Perfect unwinding tea for certain. Yeah, let's go. So we actually finished the entire chapter 2 last time. We like, if I remember, yeah, we closed out chapter 1. Make black tea. Ooh. Like, we closed out chapter 1. We did the entirety of chapter 2. Yo, that sounds just so good. And now we're starting with chapter 3, and the name of the chapter is already giving me like, oh, this is gonna be it, because it's called The King's Heart. My armpit is itchy. Fix it. Let me tickle your armpits. Let me scratch it for you. How am I supposed to fix it then, if not scratching it for you? Words of affirmation. You got this. Your armpit is just you know, just ignore it. Nah. The worst advice, just ignore it. You know, your armpit doesn't exist. There's nothing there. Just imagine it's not there. Easy, right? Oh my god, it worked. I knew it. I'm cured. Let's go. Just do it with everything that's bothering you. The rash just doesn't exist. You're just imagining it, you know? Just imagine it away and it's gonna be fine. My hunger, not real. No, that's real. You need to eat. You need to take care. Bladder full, now bladder empty. Don't pee your pants. If you gotta pee, go pee. Oh my god. Don't hold it in. You know what happens if you hold it in, Slothy. No rash, no tired, no hunger, no sleepy, just neurons on your brain playing tricks on you, right? None of it is real. Are we even real? Do I even exist? Is this stream happening right now? Or is this all just part of your imagination? All right, after this ad break, I think we're gonna start. Real eyes, real eyes. How can we be real if our eyes aren't real? Exactly. Oh yeah, so oh god. We do already know what that item that was stolen on the black market ship, on the floating market, what it does. That was revealed at this chapter still. I don't know if you've gotten to that point yet, so there might be some light stings ahead because of that. What it do, I don't know. Basically, well, right now it's broken, but basically it can give you the Antari power equivalent of opening a portal in between the same world. Like, it cannot create a portal to a different world, but it can create a portal within the same world. But other than Antari portals that I think only can open like one or two, or like for one or two people, and then it closes, this one can stay open and transport as many people as you want. So what they think it's gonna be used for is, once it's repaired, they're gonna launch an attack on the king by opening a portal to the palace and bring the entire force through that portal. So yeah, that is gonna be interesting. I got Ichirio again. Oh no. You'd bathe. Please do. Yeah, I sent you some pictures as well as a lot of you from the canal stuff. So you can go there and check them out whenever. They didn't respond. Hey, no, you're good. You're good. Unfriend. I would never do that. Shut up. Hell no. Don't you fucking dare say that, Slothy. I would never do that. Alright, so yeah, I'm curious how that item is gonna be playing a part, because if it's true what it can do, it is truly powerful. And in the wrong hands, like the hand, it could cause massive damage. I'll open a portal of it. I would love that. I would love you to just come over here and we can hang out. You know, we could read the book together. You could do the voices for Lila and stuff. We could just hang out. I would love to. All right. Let's start out with chapter 3, The King's Heart. Part 1, we're starting in Red London, as we are right now. Okay. Sorry for that. The city was full of broken things, though few, Tess found, were truly beyond repair. She spent her day off as she always did, combing through stalls and trinket shops, salvaging anything that struck her fancy. Some trinkets she would simply fix. Others she would take apart, pry the threads of magic loose, and use them somewhere else. Take something that was and make it better. Other workers focused on inventions, but she preferred improvements. A bag of the day's spoils rattled on her shoulder as Tess made her way through the crowded market. As she went, she murmured softly, not to herself, but to the owl tucked in the front pocket of her coat. Still looking for an iron key, and I need a bit more copper, don't you think? Varese rattled his bones in agreement, feeling like a second heart against her shoulder, her shirt. It helped, having someone to talk to, even if that someone was more of a something, and that something was technically dead. Tess felt on edge, her nerves jangling as they always did when she'd left the safety of the shop. It was probably the pot of bitter tea she'd downed before setting out, or the sugar bun she'd eaten in 2 gulping bites at the last market. She reached the end of the stalls, but instead of continuing on, she turned and slipped through a curtain fold between the tents into a second, hidden line of tents. One of the first things she learned was this: most good markets have 2 faces. The first face was bland and unassuming, filled with the ordinary fare, but the second loomed just behind it, back to back like a coin turned edgewise, or the high priest in Sanct, the only card that had 2 sides. Here, the magic shone a little brighter. Here, the cost could be sorted out in trade as well as in coin. Here, you never knew what you might find. The second side wasn't a forbidden market. Tess always avoided those out of her usual caution. Simply one that preferred to conduct its own business, unbothered by the royal guard. Like the back room in an antiques shop, reserved for those who knew where to look, and also knew better than to ask any questions. Tess slowed as she reached a table covered in different element sets, their lids yawning open to reveal their contents. You're a kidney. Oh my god. You are not that annoying. Shut up. You're not as annoying as him. Five elements: water, fire, earth, wind, bone. I can try it. Oh my god. This is not a competition. You know how much I hate Ahau. I don't hate you at all. Water, fire, earth, wind, and bone. The last included, even though the use of it was strictly forbidden. Some of the sets were large, ornate chests, each of the elements contained in glass orbs the size of summer melons. Others were small enough to fit into a child's hand, the elements trapped inside a glass bead. Pouches crowded the front of the table, each filled with spare beads, the elements pooling in the bottom as if resting. They sat like a dark spot in her vision, the power dormant, the magic unconjured. There was no sign of the seller, but Tess let her finger drift over one of the sets. A small, gold-edged box, the elements in a single row. But as she did, the bag on her shoulder slipped and caught the nearest sack of beads, spilling the contents across the table. No, 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 she hissed. She lunged, caught the pouch in time to right it, but not before a handful of glass beads had gone clattering over the side, hitting the cobblestones like hail. You're strong like Veressa. I'm not that strong. Tess flinched as heads turned toward her and dropped to her knees, collecting the fallen beads, drops of tinted water sloshing inside each. She grabbed two as they tried to roll away, missed the third as it disappeared beneath the table. She knelt to retrieve it, but as her fingers skimmed the glass, it rolled farther out of reach. At the same time, she saw the shift of boots behind the stall, heard the voices of two men. Days are numbered. You know something I don't? A low chuckle. Let's just say, I wouldn't invest in crimson and gold. Tess went very still. They were talking about the crown. Does it really matter which royal ass sits on the throne? It does, when the body in question has no power. Tess frowned. Everyone said that King Rai had no magic to speak of, but she didn't see how that had anything to do with ruling Arnes, until the voice went on. It matters when the magic's drying up. It wasn't the first time Tess had heard talk about the shortage of power, the tide of magic pulling back. But if the threats were dimming, she didn't see it. And if they were, well, who was to say it was the king's fault? The Antari were supposed to be the pinnacle of magic, and they'd been dwindling for centuries, while Rai Maresh had only taken the throne in the wake of the tide. The tide, which spread like a plague through the London streets, infecting those who didn't fight, and killing most who did. If the power really was ebbing now, why not blame that? Didn't it seem more likely that the Empire's magic had been damaged by that chaotic event and not a magicless king on a man-made throne? Not that it mattered. When people wanted to make trouble, all they needed was a good excuse. For months, she'd been able to taste the trouble brewing. It was like smoke or bitter tea, and every day it seemed a little stronger. Do you know what Faro and Vesk do to those without power? One was saying as she held her breath and tried to reach the water bead. They sure as saints don't hand them a crown. Exactly. Makes us look weak. The way I see it, a mistake was made. The hand is going to fix it. And if it doesn't, Well, then, what's one less pampered royal in the world? At last, Tess's fingers closed around the lost bead. She scrambled back and rose, dropping her quarry in the cloth and pouch and hurrying away from the stall before the man stepped through the curtain and realized someone had heard them discussing treason. She didn't look back, didn't slow, even when Varese pecked her through her shirt as if the dead owl was nudging her to do something. And there was something she could do. Every citizen had seen the gold writing on the city's scrying boards, the orders that sounded more like pleas, instructing the people of London to report any signs of rebellion. There was a scrying board at the market's edge. She knew if she pressed her palm to the mark, soldiers would come. But she didn't. Tess had nothing against the king. She'd only been 8 years old and 100 miles north when the tide hit London, and Rai Maresh was forced onto the throne. She hadn't been there to see the city fall or rise again to witness the rakish young prince suddenly orphaned and just as suddenly crowned king. But she remembered her first winter in the city 3 years ago. Pizza time, let's go. Enjoy your pizza, Slothy. The dazzling parade that filled the Grand Avenue with icy light on Sel Ferranoche, the royal family floating on a gilded platform, as if the road were a frozen lake. For a moment, only a moment, Tess had been close enough to see the king's face, his proud chin, his dazzling smile, the crown nestled in his glossy black curls. But she'd been drawn to his gold eyes, which despite their molten brightness, struck her as sad. No, she had nothing against Rai Maresh. He seemed a good enough king. But Tess had enough problems on her own, so she made a point of staying clear of other people's trouble. Besides, everyone thought the king powerless, but that day, during the parade, she'd seen the silver light that bloomed from his chest, spreading less threats than flames, burning the air around his crown. Oh, so she saw the bond mark. She saw the magic of that bond mark they have. And I guess, in a way, thought that is his magic, his power. But we still have to consider that he is magically bonded to Kel for life. And that in its own emanates its own magic, I guess. Considering it's specified to say the silver light that bloomed from his chest. To me, that makes it very much sound like it was referring to the magic of that bond. All right. Rai Maresh wasn't nearly as helpless as he seemed. Well, if it isn't my favorite apprentice. She'd reached the last stall, where Lorne, a wiry old man with glasses perched on his nose, was waiting for her. He had a face like a weathered stump, lines cracking at the corners of his eyes and mouth whenever he spoke. How is Master Haskin this week? She pushed the king from her mind and managed to smile. Busy, she said. Believe it or not, things keep breaking. Lorne shot her a shrewd look. Hard to believe there are any clocks and locks and household trinkets left in London that need fixing. Tess shrugged. People must be clumsy. Lorne had a bald spot on the crown of his head. Tess saw it every time she paid the stall a visit, because mirrors lined the back of his shop. They filled the small space, a dozen different shapes and sizes, hung at odd angles so they reflected the world back in mismatched fragments. Spellwork wove in glowing lines around the frames, promising the future, the past, a memory, a wish. As Lorne bent to fetch something from beneath the table, Tess caught sight of herself. Her wild curls rested into a plume at the base of her neck. Instead of piled on her head, the bulge of Varese in her coat pocket, her own magic, which didn't curl in threads like everyone else's, but frizzed into an aura. Like light behind fogged up glass. Well, pizza is more important than Pokemon anyway. Okay, that's interesting. That she sees her own magic more as an aura than the threads she sees in everything else. Has to be important. She had tried to reach into that cloud so many times, but the light bent around her fingers, the only power she couldn't seem to catch. Let's see. The merchant straightened and held out a small bag. They had an agreement, he and Haskin, at least so Lorne assumed, that the former would collect any scraps a fixer might find useful, and in exchange, he could bring anything that might need fixing to the shop free of charge. Tess pulled the cord on the bag and peered down into the medley of parts. To anyone else, the contents might have looked like nothing but debris. But as she took in the glint of metal and the glow of magic, her mind was already whirring, racing ahead of her, back to the shop and the waiting work table. She looked up to thank Lorne, but as she did, she caught the reflection of a woman in the mirrors, slipping between stalls. Tess went rigid. It was like someone had driven a spike of ice straight through her, pinning her to the street. Her heart stuttered in her chest as the woman appeared, vanished, reappeared, flickering across the angled glass in pieces. Sharp cheek, a dark braid, an emerald cloak. The same one their father had given her oldest sister, Saraval. For hunting, he'd said, his mouth twitching in a tight-lipped way, the closest thing it ever managed to a smile. And she'd been too young then to understand the nature of her sister's gift, or that it had nothing to do with animals. "Kersla?" asked Lorne, but another voice was folding over it, low and smooth as it filled her ears, her head, and her heart. "What's wrong, little rabbit?" Tess recoiled, spun around, expecting her sister to be right there, expression triumphant as those cold fingers closed around her throat. "Caught you." But Saraval wasn't there. There was no sign of her or the emerald cloak that had set Tess's pulse racing, just the usual stalls and Lorne's face, splintering with worry. But Serval's voice played on in her head. "Where have you run to, little rabbit?" Tess backed away, the sack under her one arm. "How long can you hide?" She mumbled something to Lorne, an apology, or maybe a thanks. She hoped. She couldn't hear the words over the sound of her pulse, and then turned and darted through the nearest break in the tents back into the safety of the crowded market. Green flashed at the corner of his sight. The woman in the emerald cloak was standing feet away, her back turned as she ran her hand through the bolts of cloth. Tess backed away too fast, too hard, felt herself collide with someone and something. Felt the object slip and fall, heard the man's cry of dismay and the hard sound of wood hitting the stone street. No. No. Is that how they're gonna meet with that? Is that how she's gonna see the whole, like, object that was stolen from the market? All right. The woman in green heard it too and turned, and for the first time, Tess saw her face. All the air went rushing out of her lungs. It wasn't Saraval. Of course it wasn't. Her sister hadn't found her. Tess was still safe. The owl fluttered in her coat pocket and she knew he was trying to calm her. "I'm all right," she whispered to Varese and herself. "I'm all right." The man, meanwhile, was chirping in annoyance as he bent to fetch the box he'd dropped. "Better not be broken," he snapped, and Tess could see it wasn't. But she still pulled a black and gold card from her pocket and shoved it at him. "If it is," she said, "take it to Haskin. He'll fix it for free." And before the man could make more of a fuss, before anyone else could turn and notice the strange girl with the sack of scraps and the wide, frightened eyes, Tess turned and fled, back to the four walls and the cluttered shelves and the safety of her shop. Oh my god. No way she just offered to fix it for free. Uh-oh. This is bad, guys. This is bad. I don't like that. I really don't like that. But also, guys, finally it's time. We're now in part 2. And we're getting to see Rai. Rai Maresh cast off his own crown. The heavy gold circlet landed on top of his clothes, which he had left piled on the floor nearby, along with his shoes and his cloak, a messy heap of finery at the edge of the baths. That is what it looks like, thought Rai, when the king sheds his skin. One of the servants would have surely rushed forward, stripped the clothes right off his body, and hung them neatly on the wall. As if it were a sin for a king's garments to touch the tiled floor, let alone be left to wrinkle there. But Rai had banished both servants from the royal bath and the guards from the hall beyond, claiming that, as king, he wanted only to be left alone. "But your majesty," protested the servants. "Mazres," urged the guards. "Master Emery warned us," began both, and at that point, Rai had scowled, hardening his gold eyes, and snapped that last time he checked. Master Emery had never been crowned king. He used his father's tone when he said it. 7 years, and it still felt like a borrowed voice, an air put on instead of owned, and rose to his full height the way his mother did when she wanted to command a room. But part of him had still been surprised when the guards and servants both apologized, when they obeyed. Rai sighed and lowered himself into the steaming water. The bath was the size of a grotto, forged in tile and gold instead of damp rock. The light shimmered on every surface, making the room feel like the inside of a gemstone. He ran a hand through his black hair and sagged back against the sunken wall, savoring the heat. His shoulders still ached, a dull throb along his collarbone from whatever Kel had done the night before. Oh yeah, Kel got a broadsword in his shoulder. I forgot. Oops. Right? Or rather, whatever had been done to him. It had been a fairly shallow cut, he could tell. Not by the amount of blood. His phantom wounds shan't none. But by the way the pain had skated over his collarbone instead of ringing through it. Still, he wondered about the circumstance as he always did when his brother's suffering became his own. Rai's hand dropped to his chest. He didn't have to look down, didn't have to see the scar on his dark skin, the elaborate tracery of spellwork that circled his heart. He had long memorized the worlds, the same pattern branded into Kel's pale skin. Alucard hated to see Rai hurt, but the truth was, he welcomed his brother's pain. He would have taken it entirely if he could, stripped it away from Kel and held it all himself. But that wasn't how the spell worked. Kel had dragged Rai out of death, used his own life to keep him there, and now all he could do was share the burden of that living. If Kel died, so would he. Until then, they were bound. Whatever harm came to one, the other felt as well. But the bond, it turned out, only went so far. These days he knew Kel's pain ran deeper, a taproot to a source Rai couldn't, had never been able to reach. So he welcomed the dull ache in his shoulder as he sank deeper into the bath. Perhaps, he thought, the water would ease his brother's limbs as well, but even as he thought it, he knew better. It was a strange thing, their connection, and pleasure never seemed to carry half as well as pain. Tendrils of steam rose off the water, and Rai held out a ringed hand and watched the pale curls bend around his fingers. When he was young, he had pretended it was magic, would squint at the steam and try to guide it into patterns, but the air never so much as stirred. He flexed his hand, and the 3 rings caught the light. The first was red, its surface stamped with the chalice and sun, and tethered him to Kel. The second, gold and marked with a crown and heart, belonged to Alucard. The third, marble white, embossed with a tree, bound him to the Aven Essen, the high priest assigned to comfort and advise the throne. He had worn a 4th ring once, a lovely silver band whose twin belonged to the queen. But Nadia had taken it back, claiming he used the thing too often and without proper respect for her work. His wife, the inventor, he wasn't threatened by Nadia's genius. On the contrary, he'd long accepted his lot in life as the handsome ruler rather than the brilliant one. Of course, the queen was lovely too, but with any luck, Rai would age well, and she would not. And in this place would be secured. He had told her as much before their wedding, savoring the way her left brow quirked. "Oh, don't worry," she'd said. "I plan to be a hag." Okay. I like the queen. Rai smiled at the memory and let his hand sink below the water as he tipped his head back against the tiled rim of the bath. He let his mind wander, thoughts drifting past the merchant guild he'd seen that afternoon, and the head of the city guard with her list of offenses and offenders, and the missives from Pharaoh, explaining why they were foregoing their visit, and the plans for Sal Ferranoche, the long dark night. It was the city's most important festival, the one that marked the passing of the coldest season, but also the years since the gates between the worlds were sealed, making it a celebration of the Maresh as well. It was, after all, the first Maresh king who saw the strange magic spilling from Black London and used the Antari's collective power to drive the cursed black magic away, sealing the worlds off from the dark and from each other, leaving Black London to consume itself behind its walls like a fire in a room with no windows, left to burn and then to die away to ash and nothing. It had not died, of course. A fire needs only an ember to regain its heat, and embers had indeed survived. Embers like Vitari, a sliver of magic pressed into a stone. And a Sauron, which was not an ember at all, but the spark that started it all, waiting in Black London for a single breath to come and coax it back to life. A Sauron, which had indeed burned again, hot enough to raise the world, and nearly had, before Kel and Lila and Holland had conquered it. Not that the public knew. As far as they were concerned, Black London remained safely bound behind its wall, and Sal Ferranoche was nothing but a time to celebrate. And with the 300-year anniversary, the celebration would be even bigger. The entire city would be draped in red and gold, the chalice and sun of the royal seal, and in the streets and in the palace halls, and all would toast to the Maresh. And Alucard wanted to cancel it. Not that Rai could, not that he would, all because of the Hand. The Hand who claimed that magic was failing. The Hand who claimed that it was his fault. Rai Maresh, the king without power, poisoning the well. Anger tightened around his ribs. Anger and the fear that they were right. Alucard claimed there was no truth to their words. Nadia said there was no proof to be found. But that this quiet was only growing louder. They had to be stopped. To do that, they had to be caught. So Rai spread his arms and closed his eyes and waited until his thoughts finally quieted and his mind floated away. Now we're jumping 7 years past again. 7 years ago, Rai couldn't sleep, so he had decided to get drunk instead. It took some effort, his tolerance built over years of drinking Kel under the table, but he approached the task with dedication. He could picture his brother's disapproving scowl, and it brought him a brief flicker of joy, dulled by the knowledge that Kel would start to feel unsteady too, and they would both suffer for it in the morning. "Sorry," Rai murmured to his brother's door as he went by. His hand drifted out as if to knock before he remembered Kel wasn't actually there. Hadn't been in weeks. No. He was off, sailing to Saints New Where with Lila Bard, shedding his old life and savoring his newfound freedom. As Rai sank beneath the weight of his father's crown, Rai took a long swig to punish him for leaving. He passed the gilded mirror and paused. What a picture he made. The new ruler of Arness. Barefoot and shirtless beneath his robe, his gold eyes glassy, his hair a mess of curls beneath the mourning crown. a starburst scar over his heart, and a bottle of winter wine hanging from one hand. He managed a weary smile, lifting his drink to the figure in the glass. At least, he was still handsome. His gaze dropped to the bottle. Summer wines were sweet and light, meant for sun-warmed days. But winter wines were bold and dark, spiced and strong enough to stave off cold. They were usually kept in the cellars until the first night of the fall festival, which wasn't for another month. He pulled the cork from the bottle with his teeth, a perk of being king. King. The word hung like an ill-fitting shirt. Rye knew how to be a prince, a rogue, a brother, a son. He had no idea how to be a king. The guards stood still as statues as he passed, their gazes down, and he knew they only meant to grant him privacy, to let him grieve. And yet they averted their averted eyes made him feel like a specter, a ghost haunting the palace. Arnesians didn't believe in ghosts, but Veskans did. Faroans too. They spoke of restless spirits who haunted the grounds where they fell, or lingered in the shadow of the living. He found himself wondering about the other worlds as well. In Lila's city, they seemed obsessed with the idea of being haunted, devoted whole novels to the idea. Even tried to summon the dead back into the room as if they stood waiting just beyond the door. He wondered whether Holland's ghost was out there too, walking its London. Or finally at peace. And his own parents? Were they the weight he felt on his shoulders? Were they trailing in his wake? He kept moving. Past the royal chambers he couldn't bring himself to look at, let alone open, down the carpeted stairs. It was so quiet, so hollow. He felt the sudden urge to scream. Beyond the palace windows, the aisle glowed steady red, but the banks were studded with yellow-white flames. In the weeks since Sauron's assault on the city, the pyres still burned day and night, returning bodies to the air and the earth, their life force to the current. Thousands dead, souls who fought the darkness and lost to it, their lives burned out like oil. Hundreds left scarred, veins scorched silver from having fought the poison in their blood. And countless more who survived the night, unscathed, not because they were deserving, but because they chose not to fight at all. Untold masses who felt the darkness at their door and simply let it in. Do not hate them for living, Alucard had said. But Rye did, because in the end they were cowards and they were rewarded for it. They were weak in the face of evil and they lived. They survived, while Maxime Maresh had not, and Mira Maresh had not. His family was dead, their home a tomb, and Rye buried alive inside it, while Alucard, who had just lost his sister, was out there with half the royal guard helping with the repairs, putting their magic to good use. And Rye knew he should be with them. Useless as he was, he should be with them. Man, I feel so bad for him. Poor Rye, man. You are the son of Arnez, Alucard had said, kissing his forehead. There's a time to rise, and a time to rest. But Alucard was wrong. Rye couldn't rest. He couldn't. My king, said a voice behind him, and he cringed at the title as if cut, turned to find a young servant, his head bowed. Is there anything I can get you? He let his head fall back, staring up at the vaulted ceilings of his tomb. Hi, Rose. How are you doing? I hope you're doing all right. My horse. So what if he had no magic? Raya Maresh was now king. He would ride through the streets as he had that horrible night and let the people of the city know that he was with them. Worry clouded the servant's face. Your Majesty, he began, but Raya's gold eyes narrowed. Ready my horse, he ordered, trying to summon a ghost of his father's strength. Sir, said the servant, I have been told it is not safe. And Raya let out a mirthless laugh. I promise you, there's no one less in danger. The servant hesitated, then bowed deeper and withdrew. Raya closed his eyes, felt himself sway. He kept walking, legs carrying him across the palace to the throne room. He had spent most of the day here in the Rose Hall, listening to a constant stream of citizens and supplicants, layering their suffering on top of his own. But now, the massive room lay silent, empty. The bolts of red and gold between the pillars hung still. He made his way up the chamber, the marble cold beneath his bare feet. He reached the base of the dais and stared up at the twin thrones. One of them was draped in black, the sigil of sun and chalice stitched in gold. The two crowns sat together on the shrouded seat. When it was time, they would be fused and melted, reforged into a new crown. It would sit twice as heavy on his head. Raya climbed the stone steps and sank onto the empty throne. He brought his hand to rest on the arm of the chair, felt the slight grooves made by Maxime Maresh's palm. Raya wasn't a small man by any measure, but his father had been a giant, or at least he'd always seemed that way to his son. The bottle slipped from Raya's fingers. It hit the ground, but did not break, only rolled impotently across the floor, leaving a trail of dark wine like drops of blood on the pale marble. Oh, I love that imagery. That is so good. Raya stared at it until his vision swam with tears. He heard the sigh of the throne room doors and looked up, expecting to find the servant. Instead, he saw the Aven Essen. Thierrin Serense, head priest of the London Sanctuary, advisor first to Nokil Maresh, and then to his son Maxime, and now to Raya, the only Maresh left. You're not my horse, he said dryly. No, answered the priest, I'm not. Thierrin made his way up the hall, his white robes whispering over the marble. There was no need to ask who had sent for him. How did you get here so fast? I have a room in the eastern wing. Is that allowed? Thierrin raised a white brow. We do not cease to be priests if we sleep outside the sanctuary walls. Well, said Raya, I hope the room is sufficiently sparse. I wouldn't want to offend your modest sensibilities. Oh yes, assured Thierrin. Hardly any gold at all. The Aven Essen stopped at the foot of the dais. He looked old, But then again, Rai couldn't remember a time when the priest had not. Wrinkles ran like deep cracks across Tieran's face, but his back was still straight, his blue eyes bright. Master Rai, he said gently, how long has it been since you slept? I no longer care for sleep, answered Rai. When I sleep, he swallowed, his throat suddenly tied. He pressed on. When I sleep, I dream. He did not go on, did not say the most nights he woke screaming, that the first few times the guards came rushing in, blades drawn, sure that he had been attacked. That it happened so often now that they knew better, simply held their ground and looked away, and somehow that was worse. Rai did not say any of those things. Instead, he folded forward, running his hands up his face, raking his fingers through his hair. They snagged on the morning crown and he tore it off, flung the cursed thing away, the sound of it ringing as it struck the marble, bounced, rolled, and fetched up against the pillar. He slouched back into the throne, let his gaze escape the ceiling far above. You know, he mused, if the king and queen had been allowed to have a second heir, and we could have fought over the crown, I could have lost and lived my days out as a vain, indulgent prince. Rai closed his eyes. Instead, I am alone. Tieran's voice, when he spoke, was closer. You will never be alone. Rai forced his attention down and found the priest at his shoulder. He rubbed his eyes, and when he spoke, the words came out a whisper. I don't know how to rule. The old man simply shrugged. No one ever does. He looked out at the throne room. Your mother, Emira, came to the palace when she was 23. She was the second daughter of a noble house, with no real desire to be queen. Maxime had been banished to the Blood Coast for being a reckless youth. He returned a soldier, prince, and hero. And yet, when it came time for him to rule, your father sat exactly as you do now, on this very throne, and said to me, I know how to lead men to war. How can I lead them to peace? No one is born knowing how to lead. Rai felt small and scared. How do they do it then? They learn, they err, they try again, they fail. The worst rulers see their country as a game of rash, the men and women only pieces on their board. But you? His hand came to rest on Rai's shoulder. You will love them. You will bleed with them. You will hurt with them. A piece of you will die with them. The rest of you will live. I do not know if you will be a great king, Rai Maresh. Only time will tell. But I believe with all my heart that you will be a good one. Oh, Tieran. Man. Tieran's hand fell away. We all don clothes that do not fit and hope we will grow into them, or at least grow used to them. Rai studied the Evanescent. Even you? Tieran surprised him with a smile. Believe it or not, I wasn't born a priest. He paused, seemed about to say more when the throne room doors came crashing open. They both turned as Alucard Emery strode around the hall, his boots muddy and his shoulders damp. Something in Rye loosened at the side of him. The fingers of gold in his brown hair, the tracery of silver in his skin. "My king," he said cheerfully, and in his mouth, the word felt less like a hammer and more like a kiss. If Alucard read the meaning of Tieran's presence at this hour or saw the strain in Rye's face, he made no mention of it, simply swept up into the morning circlet as he approached the dais. "My heart," answered Rye, rising to his feet. His limbs felt laden, his body longed for sleep. His pulse thrummed in fear of it. But then Alucard was there, one hand on his arm to steady him, and Rye leaned into the weight. "Tell me," said Alucard. "Is it too late to request an audience?" His blue eyes danced with mischief. "I have favors to ask of the crown." Rye managed the ghost of a smile. The grief lifted like a curtain. He turned to tell Tieran he could retire. There was no need. The priest was already gone. And that's the end of part 2. Man, that was a really good part though. You can really feel how much this pressure is hitting Rye. How it's like crushing for him. And his doubt and everything. It's beautiful, the way it was described. The situation itself is fucked, obviously, but goddamn. This is really good. I am very much enjoying this book. How are you guys feeling right now? How's everyone doing here in chat? Before we go on with part 3. Food coma. Damn. How much did you eat on the pizza? Three slices. Damn. Well, get me a slice then. I'll gladly take over some of the pieces. I'm kind of hungry. I haven't eaten yet after I woke up. The last thing I ate was some like toasted bread before I went for my bike ride. After that, I just went to bed, woke up, and now I'm streaming. No tummy space. What kind of pizza did you get? Just cheese or any toppings? Any like veggie toppings? Just cheese? Okay. It's classic. Nice. I do enjoy just a nice cheese pizza as well. I would definitely take a slice or two, if you wouldn't mind. Here's 9 more left. Be my guest. Well then, don't mind if I do. Maybe I'll make some food in a bit as well. But for now, I kind of want to continue. Because this is such a, like, this part in the book right now is so good. I'm really enjoying this. Like, it's nice to see now what Rai is doing. Because we've already had Alucard, we've already had Kel and Lila for a good while, and like Tess and the new characters. Rai was only like mentioned, but now seeing what he's going through, and holy fuck, like that part 2 of chapter 3 was really nice. Not just a flashback, but even like the parts before of him like in the bath and everything. But let's continue on. Now we're back in the present. Steel rang against steel on the palace grounds. Alucard leaned his elbows on the courtyard wall and watched as 24 new recruits squared off below, swords ringing as they moved through the motions of combat, as if combat could be reduced to rules, refined to order. Someone dropped their sword, someone made a sloppy swing, and their opponent swore. He groaned inwardly. Where did you find this batch? Isra stood beside him, her arms crossed, her short silver hair glinting in the late day sun. She had served with Maxime Maresh at Verose, had returned to be the captain of his guard, and now arise. It wasn't the bottom of the barrel, but it was close, she said. She didn't have to say what Alucard already knew. For years, Arnesians had clamored to join the Royal Guard, but ever since Rai Maresh had taken the throne, the numbers had begun to dwindle. Han's rumors didn't help. Well, mused Alucard, if anyone can do it, you can. He meant it, but Isra only rolled her eyes. Flattery will get you nowhere. As for this lot, as if on cue, a fight broke out below. A shoving match that quickly escalated, threatened to tumble from disorder into revolt until Isra stepped to the wall and spoke, voice booming over the training ground, amplified by the wind magic that traced the air over her skin. Tarso! Order. One word, strong enough to rattle their armor and recover their attention. Isra had that effect on people. As she descended the steps to the training ground, Alucard followed in her wake. The recruits fell into lines, or something like them, as Isra and Alucard passed through. He felt the eyes on him, taking in his fine clothes, the fact that he was dressed in Rai's colors, not his own. He knew what they called him. Rez Indrast, King's Heart. Alucard ran his thumb absently over his gold ring. It was a habit, feeling the heart and crown pressed into the face. Of course, it was not the only name people used. There was Rezin Farah, King's Shadow, and Rezin Stole, King's Blade. And then there was Sitaro, Consort. If they had been common lovers, he and Rai, few people would have cared, if Alucard had not been born to a rival royal house. If his arrival had not coincided with the Antari's absence, as if it was his fault Kel had chosen to leave. If Alucard had been content to lie in the king's bed without also insisting on a place at his side, Sitaro was not a bad word in and of itself. The trouble was the way it could be wielded. Words had two kinds of power. The first in their meaning, the second in how they were said. Sitaro was a title and could be said with reverence, or at least respect. But it could also be spat or cut down, drop the final note and turn Sitaro into Sita, consort into whore. They all knew better than to say it is in his earshot, but sometimes a thing didn't need to be said to be heard. Loud and clear in someone's posture, their expression, their gaze. They forgot that he was not just a king's consort and a royal in his own right, but also a triad. If anyone else could have seen the magic twining around Alucard now, they'd count not one strand, or even two, but three. Earth, wind, and water. Man, you know what? They should have just done earth, wind, and fire. Nah. Alucard Emery may not be an Antari, but he was still one of the strongest magicians in the world. And he was happy to remind them. He raised his voice. "These sparring drills are good enough for stamina," he said, "but they are no substitute for practical experience, which is why it's important to spar as well. You never know who you'll be up against. You never know what they can do." He left his gaze drift over the recruits, noting the magic on the air around them. Few knew about Alucard's peculiar sight, and he preferred to keep it that way. But it came in handy when sizing up opponents. The soldiers gathered here were earth and water mostly. The soldiers gathered here were earth and water mostly. One or two wind, a handful of fire. No sight of bone with its strange violet light. But that was hardly a surprise. The talent wasn't just rare, but forbidden. It went against the rules of magic and the laws of nature to control another body. And when a child did show an early affinity, they were quickly dissuaded from pursuing it. If they were smart, they listen. All just had to do was say, "Hey, no worries, Sorfin." If they weren't, well, there were spells to sever a body from its magic. "Tack," said Alucard, spreading his hands. "Who wants to spar with me?" Murmurs ran through the recruits, and Alucard smiled. He raised the offer at least once a week, and in truth, it was for him as much as for them. He missed the tournaments and the life at sea, the 100 ways to keep his magic keen. He held back, of course. He always held back. Now and then, for a moment at least, he found what he was looking for. The pulse-quickening thrill. Some stepped forward, eager for the challenge. Others fell back, happy to watch. Alucard shrugged off his coat and tossed it onto a nearby post, unfastened his cuffs, rolled up his sleeves, and considered the options. He was no longer looking at their powers. He was studying their faces, searching for the shadows, the darkness, the disdain. He found it quickly on the face of a young man, his black hair swept back off his face. "You," he said. "What's your name?" The recruit straightened. "Yarosef." "Yarosef," snapped Isra. "Is that how you address a member of the royal family?" And there it was. His lips tightened in a sneer. His fire magic danced red on the air around his shoulders. "My name is Yarosef, Your Highness." Alucard smiled. "Well, Yarosef," he said, drawing a blade. Whenever the recruit was fast, you had to give him that. Yaroslav drew his own sword, and at the same time his hand shot out, his lips already forming the words he needed to call forth magic. But the words needed air. Alucard's hand vised shut, trapping the air in the soldier's chest. Yaroslav gasped, or tried, his mouth flapping like a fish flung onto land, as Alucard surged forward, blades slicing toward his chest. His eyes widened as he lunged back, knocking the steel away. Alucard struck again and again. None of the blows meant to land, let alone wound. No, he was taking his time, watching as the young soldier's face turned red, then purple, and then blue. Yaroslav stumbled, fell, was on the ground now, but didn't quit. He kept the sword up, the point shaking with the effort. The anger in his eyes had changed, twisted into a different kind of fire. He had fight in him. Alucard would give him that. He flicked his free hand, let go of the air in Yaroslav's lungs. The recruit gasped and heaved. His sword hand fell. Alucard sheathed his own weapon and held out his hand to help the young recruit up. But Yaroslav fisted a handful of dirt and flung it up to Alucard's face, into a last desperate attempt to gain the upper hand. It might have worked if Alucard hadn't seen it coming. It might have worked if he were a lesser magician, but he wasn't. Alucard flicked his fingers, and the dirt stopped and hung suspended, inches from where it left Yaroslav's fist. I appreciate the lurk, Slothy. If you're gonna get some rest now, please take care of yourself. Get some nice rest, and I'll see you later. The recruit slumped onto his back, gasping for breath. He rapped the ground with his knuckles, signaling surrender. Alucard let the dirt rain back to the ground and then leaned over and held out his hand again. This time, Yaroslav took it. "Well done, soldier," he said, hauling the recruit to his feet. "I lost," he muttered, as if it was all that mattered. As if in all the years Alucard had been sparring with the soldiers, any of them had ever won. He thumped Yaroslav on the back, sending up plumes of dirt. "You kept fighting, even when you were down." Isra stood watching from beyond the circle. Their eyes met as Yaroslav returned to the other recruits, and she nodded. Alucard dusted off his palms. It had been a nice way to warm up. He turned to the gathered soldiers, spread his hands again, gave a little flourish. "All right," he said. "Who's next?" When Alucard left the training ground an hour later, his shirt was singed, his trousers streaked with dirt, his hair coming loose from its braid, and yet, climbing the steps back into the courtyard, he felt better than he had in weeks. Now all he needed was a good strong drink and a hot bath, both of which the palace would afford. There were several ways into the sauna Rust. He had learned half of them when he was a young noble, courting Rai in secret, and the rest since joining the royal house. There was the main entrance on the southern bank, with its pale stone steps and grand gold doors, and the northern gates, accessed from the courtyard where the soldiers trained. Then there were the secret doorways built into the bridge's base, a balcony 2 stories up, reached only by the royal orchard, and a variety of boulder climbs one could take, back before the palace was warded to the teeth. Alucard remembered one perilous night when he climbed the northern facade in moonlight and nearly plummeted into the aisle. These days, there was no such need for secrecy. As Alucard approached the northern gates, the guards sank into low bows, their armor gleaming and their gazes down, red capes pooling like blood beneath them on the stone. He pressed his hand flat against the doors, letting the spell carved in the gilded surface read the memory of his touch. A lock turned somewhere inside the wood, and it swung open, welcoming him home. The sun had dropped low, and with it, the palace had slipped into its evening rhythms, softer, quieter than it was during the day, when servants bustled and voices rang, and every room played host to something. Alucard rolled his neck as he climbed the stairs to the royal wing, slowing when he reached the top of the steps and saw a rabbit. It sat, nose twitching as it nibbled on the edge of a rug. Alucard stared down at the animal. The animal stared up at him. This continued until he heard the swift padding of bare feet, and the rabbit bounced away as a small girl rounded the corner. "Luca!" she shouted before flinging herself into Alucard's arm. Tieran Maresh, sent by Rai. Who went by Ren. Wait. Okay. Wait. Is that the name of Rai's kid? Tieran? Oh, okay. Tieran Maresh, who went by Ren, was barefoot and half-dressed, her tunic unbuttoned and her black curls mussed. Alucard set the child down, attempting to straighten her night clothes. "Now, what did we say about letting animals roam?" "I can't keep him trapped in my rooms," said Ren, horrified. "Cages are for things you own, and the island essence says you cannot own a living thing." Exactly, thought Alucard, as the rabbit hopped out of reach and began to munch unmolested on the tassels of a cushion. It was not generally custom in Arnest to keep animals as pets, for just that reason. Hawks and crows and other such birds were meant to fly without restraint, bears and big cats to roam wild as any other creature, hunting as nature allowed. There were exceptions. Foundling kittens or pups, the occasional injured beast, and the horses they rode or used in work. Even those were treated with as much reverence as possible. But in general, to collar a beast and put it in a cage ran counter to the cardinal rule of Arnesian magic to never bind a mind or body, to never control a living thing. It was a reverence that set them apart from the other Londons, allowed their magic to thrive where theirs wasted or withdrew. But Ren's love of animals seemed to circumvent the laws of nature, and led to a host of unusual royal companions. Rai liked to remind Alucard that it was his fault. After all, it had begun with Issa, the pampered cat who'd stalked the decks of the Spire alongside him. He might have left her to spend her remaining years at sea too, but Lila Bard refused to keep the beast aboard the Spire when she took it over, citing a mutual distaste. Alucard suspected they were just too similar in nature, but regardless, Issa had come to live at the palace, left to wander as she pleased, and when Ren was born, the cat had feigned disinterest, but those amethyst eyes were always watching, and wherever the child toddled, the cat was somehow there. Next had come the owl. When Ren was 2, a massive snow-white bird that had landed on a balcony outside her rooms. She had coaxed the thing inside, and by the time a servant noticed the massive owl perched on a chair and tried to set it free, the bird had refused to leave. For a year it had stayed there in the princess's room, fed on whatever she managed to pocket at dinner. And when at last one spring it flew away, Wren had let it go. "It will come back," she'd said, with a child's confidence. And to everyone's surprise but hers, it had. Things simply chose Wren's company. Even at 4, she had a steady nature that put living things at ease. And while some at the palace had been wary of the princess's steadily growing menagerie, Rye was charmed. And Alucard was certain that the animals in the palace lived better lives than most of the city's nobles, and did even less work to earn their keep. Wren poked his cheek with a finger. "Luca?" "Yes?" "Did you bring me a gift?" And Alucard sighed. He had made the terrible mistake of going on a trip the year before and returning with a small carved ship that sang whenever it was put on water. Now every time he so much as returned from a walk, the princess expected some reward. He was still searching his pockets for an offering when the child's nurse, Sasha, rounded the corner, a robe slung over her arm, a pair of slippers in one hand, and a golden circlet in the other. Without missing a step, she scooped up the rabbit as if it were another fallen toy. Sasha was old enough to be a mother twice, but she moved with the sturdiness of a soldier. Her silver hair was up, but not as much. But so much had escaped its braided crown that it formed a storm cloud around her head, marked by tiny streaks of lightning. "There you are," she said matter-of-factly. "The water's getting cold." Wren cast a forlorn look back at Alucard. "I wanted to take a bath with father," she said, shoulder slumping, "but he said he wanted to be alone." Alucard knelt face to face with the young royal. He met Wren's eyes and wondered when the girl had grown so tall, when he'd stopped needing to look down. "You don't want to share a bath with your father," he said. "He takes up too much space and hoards all the bubbles." "But the bubbles are my favorite part," said Wren, aghast. "I know," said Alucard, "but when you take a bath with someone else, you have to share." Wren looked to Sasha then for confirmation. She nodded soberly. The princess chewed her lip as if considering, and then she cleared her throat. "Tonight," she said with all the diplomacy a 4-year-old could muster, "I will take my bath alone." She held out her hand, and Sasha took it. "Very well, Mas Varese," she said, leading Wren away. Alucard watched him go, and then turned and went to find Rye, certain that he could convince the king to share his bubbles. Part 4. Rye sighed and sank deeper in the bath. He lay perfectly still until his thoughts emptied, until the surface of the water turned to glass, until the only sounds were the quiet rush of his breath, the faint rustle of fabric, and the whisper of steel. And the king's eyes shot open as the blade came down. He twisted out of the way of the assassin's thrust just in time, the sword grazing his cheek instead of burying itself in his throat. The metal rang against the tile as he surged around and under, grabbing the attacker's arm and hurling him into the bath, where Rye had hidden his knife beneath the tiled lip. His hand closed around the hilt, the metal hot against his palm as he turned to face the attacker. The other man was on his feet again, the water sloshing around his chest. He was young, younger than Rai. He didn't look like a murderer or a rebel or a rogue. He looked like a member of the palace staff, which was exactly what he was. Rai recognized him behind the red that ran in ribbons down the young man's face. At first glance, it looked like blood, but Rai knew it was paint, had glimpsed the handprint pressed against his brow and cheeks instead. The instant before the man's blade came singeing down. Rai touched his own face, and the fingers came away red. That was blood. And he clicked his tongue. "It is a crime," he said, "to wound a king." Not that it would last. He could feel his skin already knitting, his body held together by Kel's magic. For so long it had haunted him. The way he healed made him wonder if he was still a person or just the illusion of one. But here now, he was grateful. "The hand gives and the hand takes," the man recited, stalking toward him through the water. "Oh, now you have a speech," muttered Rai. "The hand builds and the hand tears down." He slashed out with his sword, and Rai's blade came up to block the blow. "I've always wondered," mused the king. "Does that make you a finger, a knuckle, a hangnail?" "The hand holds the blade," growled the man, "that carves the path of change." He surged forward as he said it. Rai moved to block the blow, but this time something held his sword. He glanced down and saw the tip shivering where it was pinned to the water's surface, stilled by the attacker's magic. Fuck, thought Rai, right before the force wrenched the weapon from his grip. It vanished, sucked down beneath the surface, and then the attacker was there, his blade driving straight through Rai's chest. He let out a ragged gasp, and the sword scraped his ribs, drove up and through, the tip coming out between his shoulder and his spine. The pain was a rod of searing heat. All this time, and he still hadn't gotten used to dying. It stole his breath as blood dripped into the water, blooming like roses around them. His body betrayed him, sagging into the attacker's arms. "This is the end of the Maresh," said the hand. Rai laughed, blood spilling through his gritted teeth. "Haven't you heard?" he said softly, dragging himself upright. "I am the unkillable king." The other man's eyes widened in shock, then horror, as Rai took a step back, and then another, drawing his body off the blade. It hurt. Saints, it hurt. But it wouldn't be the end of him. Blood was pooling in one lung, but Rai drew in a shaky breath, and then another, as the wound between his ribs began to heal. The attacker scrambled backwards, slashing blindly with his sword as he tried to reach the other side of the bath. And Rai waded toward him, the pain receding in his chest, dulling into something he could stand. The attacker dropped his sword, the blade disappearing into the bloody water as he raised his hands to surrender. Or at least that's what Rai assumed he was doing until the man's lips began to move. The sound that came out had the whisper of magic, and as he spoke, something wrapped around Rai's legs and pulled, forcing him down beneath the surface. He thrashed, but the reddened water twisted around him like a rope, holding him against the bottom of the pool. Beyond the roiling surface, he could just make out the assassin, fingers splayed as he held the magic, and the magic held him the way it had his sword. And Rai realized, as his lungs burned and his vision blurred, that he was going to drown. Kel was eating dinner when he began to die. Lila was leaning against the galley counter, peeling an apple, and he'd just taken a mouthful of Raya's latest stew when the pain erupted in his chest. The spoon fell from his fingers as he bowed his head, clutching the table as a white-hot blade drove between his ribs. "Oh, come on," said Lila. "I know it's not her best, but..." "Cal?" He sucked in a breath and tasted the ghost of blood. Lila jabbed the paring knife into the fruit and set it down, starting toward him. He felt the phantom scrape of the blade dragging free, clutched at his chest, even though he knew the wound wasn't there, wasn't his. Rye. The pain began to ebb from a sharp and violent thing into a vicious ache, and Cal drew a ragged breath and straightened, thinking the worst of it was over. He pulled the red ring from his finger, was about to utter the spell that connected the band to his brothers. But then he opened his mouth, and nothing came out. He tried again, but his lungs tightened, unwilling to part with their air. He couldn't breathe. A visceral panic seized him, coiled around his limbs. His head began to swim, and a terrible pressure formed in his chest as something changed. The terrible sensation that his lungs were filling up with water. He made it out the gallery and into the narrow hall before he swayed and retched, half expecting the water to spill into the wooden floor. Nothing came up, but his lungs vised again under the strain. He tried to stand, but his body buckled, his brother's ring falling from... Oh my god. Pages hanging together. Okay. His brother's ring falling from his fingers, his vision blurred, and then he was on his back, and Lila was kneeling over him, her face dark with worry, her mouth moving, but her voice was drowned by the pounding in his ears and the encroaching wall of black. Holy shit! Nah! We're not even 200 pages in and they're already trying to kill fucking Rye. Kel, what the fuck? It's insane. That is crazy. Rye remembered wondering if they should ward the royal baths, but magic kept the water hot, and it seemed like such a nuisance, such a waste of time and energy, so he'd opted to leave the room unwarded. And now here he was, pinned to the bottom of the bath by someone else's power. Something glinted on the floor nearby, the sword he'd lost. Rye strained, trying to reach toward it, but the water only tightened, squeezing the last of the air from his chest. His lungs burned, his vision began to blur. Above, the surface of the water smoothed into a pane of tinted glass. Beyond it, the man's face contorted into a feral grin. And then suddenly it changed. The amusement slewed away, leaving only a slack of horror. A few fresh drops of blood dripped and bloomed on the surface before Rye's failing sight, and then the man tipped forward, falling face down into the bath. As he did, the hold on Rye's limbs disappeared, and he surged up out of the water, gasping for air. He looked down at the body now floating beside him, saw the knife buried in his back, and then looked up to find Alucard Emery, who stood at the edge of the bath, wearing nothing but an open robe. "What in the absolute fuck?" said the king's shadow, the king's heart, blazing with anger. Rye only sighed and waded to the edge of the bath and climbed out. Alucard marched over to the pile of clothes flung and flung him his robe. "Where were your servants?" he snapped as Rye pulled the fabric around his shoulders. Blood still wept from the wound in his chest, but it was already healing. "I wanted to be alone," said Rye, sinking into a bench at the edge of the room. "And the guards?" demanded Alucard. "Why the saints would you banish them?" He said nothing, only met Alucard's gaze. Alucard, the one person who never looked away just because he was king, who had always been able to read him like a book. "Damn it, Rye." "I didn't want him to get hurt." "That's what they're here for," roared Alucard. Rye shot him a dark look and gestured down at the weeping cut between his ribs, the one that would have killed any other man. "I will not have them die when I cannot." Alucard let out an exhausted breath. It was an argument they'd had a dozen times over the last few years. He looked down at the body in the water and frowned. "It looks familiar." "He is. I hired him last week." Alucard threw up his hands. "Of course you did. Never mind the protocols. You know, the ones put in place for the sole purpose of keeping this family safe." As if that wasn't exactly what Rye was trying to do. He looked at the killer's body and sighed. The whole idea had been to take the hand alive for questioning. He drew a deep breath and winced. He spit a mouthful of blood into the tile. He was beginning to think this night couldn't get much worse. Then, one of the rings on his right hand began to glow. The red one, of course. "Damn," muttered Rye. "Oh, you thought he wouldn't notice?" shouted Alucard. The king stared at the ring for a long moment, watching it grow brighter until the light of the magic filled the room, casting the killer's body in the bloody bath in grim relief. "Go on," insisted Alucard with troubling glee. "I can't wait to see Cal's face." Rye didn't need to see it. He could picture the expression well enough. He was still looking at the ring, wondering if he really had to answer, when Alucard walked up, snatched the red band off his finger, and stormed out into the hall. 1 minute, Cal had felt that he was drowning, and the next, the grip on his lungs was gone, the air flooding back into his chest, and by the time he was on his feet, Lila was holding out the crimson ring. Cal grabbed it and stormed past her. There was only one scrying table aboard the Baron, a polished black basin in the captain's quarters. "Asveratan," he said, activating the spell as he surged into Lila's room. The scrying table sat in a corner. Lila had clearly been using it as a hamper, several articles of clothing piled on top. He swept them all away and pressed the ring to the black stone table and waited. For several agonizing moments, no answer came. Kel saw only his own mottled reflection, face pale, eyes wide in pain and worry and anger, in a darkened surface. Then, the black pain flickered and was replaced by a face Kel knew and loathed. Alucard Emery stood in the palace war room, wearing nothing but an open velvet robe, and Kel was very glad the image ended at the table. "Where is he?" he demanded, and for once, the royal consort wasn't oozing his usual self-pleasure. He looked exasperated, annoyed. "Oh, your brother? I left him with the body of the assassin he invited into the bath." Kel stared at Alucard in horror. "What do you mean, invited?" Apparently, His Royal Highness was eager to catch a hand and decided to use himself as bait. His blue eyes flicked past Kel. "Hello, Bard. How's my ship?" Lad had appeared just behind him. "Still in one piece, and the crew wants you to know they like me better." Alucard's mouth twitched in a smile, but Kel's ears were still ringing. He dug his fingers into the edge of the table. How could you let this happen? The amusement flickered and died in the consort's face. Me? You have one job. Alucard leaned forward. Believe it or not, I have many. We can't all be off playing pirate. Tell me, do you still dress up? I heard you even have a fancy name. Oh, stop flirting, said Rye, drifting into the frame. His robe was drawn tight, hiding the damage, but the red water dripped from his black hair, stained the collar. And Kel wanted to throttle his brother for being reckless, wanted to point out that while Rye would not die as long as he lived, Kel did indeed require air to do that. And if heat drowned for long enough, who knew what might happen to that spell that held them together? But the apology was already written raw all over Rye's face, so Kel resisted the urge to shout and asked only, "Are you all right?" Rye managed to smile, but it was thin. "Thanks to you, I think I live." He noticed Lila and rallied. "Ah, that's my favorite captain." Alucard shot Rye an insulted look, and then turned his ire back on Kel. "As you can see, your brother's in one piece, but I've got quite a mess to clean up here, so if you excuse us." Kel closed his eyes and took a steadying breath. "We're on our way." "Oh no, that won't be necessary," said the consort. And before he could explain that it had nothing to do with the latest attempt on Rye's life, Alucard Emery lifted the ring from the scrying board and the image went dark. "Bastard," muttered Kel, taking back his own ring. He pushed off the table. He made his way back into the gallery. Sinking onto the bench, even though his appetite was thoroughly ruined. I took up her apple and returned to peeling it. "You know," she said, "it's not a terrible idea." Kel dragged his head up. "I mean," she went on, carving a piece of apple from the core, "he does make good bait." "He's the king," said Kel. "He can't die." She shot back, jabbing the air with her knife. "I'd rather not test the limits of that theory," he said, remembering the water in his lungs, depressing dark. "That's because he's prone to self-destruction." Lila snorted. "Have you ever heard the saying about the kettle and the pot?" And Cal scowled, but she just shrugged and popped a slice of apple in her mouth. Part 5. Alucard drew the dropper from the vial and watched 3 black beads fall and bloom in a glass of pale wine. Behind him, Rye sat on the edge of their bed, reading the day's reports as if he hadn't been stabbed an hour before. He wore only a pair of silk trousers, and his chest was smooth and dark, the signs of his encounter with the hand already smoothed away like dust instead of mortal wounds. Alucard turned from the cart and crossed to the bed, holding out the glass. "Drink," he said. "Less an offer than an order." He was still mad that Rye had not confided in him, mad that after all this time there were moments he could not read the king's face, did not know the workings of his mind. Rye set his work down and took the glass, staring down into the contents. A tonic meant to ease the body and quiet the mind. "My nightly poisoner," he mused, setting the laced wine on the table by the bed. Alucard started to turn away, but Rye caught his sleeve. Alucard. Just a name on those lips. It had always been enough to undo him, or at least to loosen his anger. Rye saw it and smiled. pulled him close, ringed fingers tangling in the sides of his robe as he dragged Alucard down into bed. He caught himself, ants sinking into the lush fabric on either side of Rai's head. Rai reached up, tracing the line of his jaw. "My heart," he said softly, gold eyes bright, and Alucard bent to kiss his king. Rai's nose crinkled in distaste. "You smell like the training ground." "I planned to wash," he said, "but the king was busy drowning in the bath." "How rude of him," teased Rai, fingers playing across his chest. "Very rude," growled Alucard. "He tries my patience every day, the king." "He sounds maddening." Rai's hand drifted lower, tracing the muscles of Alucard's stomach. "And yet you stay. You must love him very much." Alucard met the king's gaze. "I do." He let his weight sink into Rai, brought his mouth to his ear. "He's very good in bed." Rai chuckled beneath him. "Is that so?" His teeth grazed Alucard's shoulder as his hand found the front of his trousers. Alucard's breath caught. He bowed his head as Rai's hand slipped beneath the fabric. Just then, the door burst open. Alucard didn't stop, didn't think. By the time the light from the hall spilled in, he was on his feet, one hand flung out toward the drugged wine on the table, the contents rushing up out of the glass and hardening into an icy blade against his palm. Where were the guards? Why had there been no warning? No ringing steel? His thoughts rushed ahead. Someone had killed the palace guards. They had made it to the king's chamber. But there was no assassin. Only a small girl in red and gold pajamas who should have been asleep. "Saints!" hissed Alucard, letting out a ragged breath. He hit the blade behind his back as the princess tumbled into the king's chamber like a prisoner who just escaped her cell. There was no sign of the rabbit, but Issa padded in behind Ren and hopped onto a nearby chair, violet eyes surveying everything. "What's this?" asked Rai, retying his robe as their daughter climbed onto the giant bed and flung her small body down among the pillows. Alucard let go of the ice-made blade, and it melted back into a ribbon of laced wine and then poured itself back into the glass. "Ren Marash," said Alucard, who was used to being the stern one, since Rai refused to do it. "It's very late. You should be asleep." "I need a story," said Ren, thrusting out her hands. She was holding a book of pharaoh and myths, tales of animals who could speak, but only tell the truth, or dream other people's dreams, or hatch new worlds from eggs. The illustrations were gilded works of art, the ink worn faintly, where Ren could not help but stroke a feather or pet an ear. "Ren," started Alucard, who was certain the girl had already had a story or three, courtesy of her nurse, who was nowhere to be seen. "Luca," pleaded Ren, employing the nickname like a well-honed spell as she patted the pillows beside her. The youngest royal had her father's eyes, a molten gold ringed with dark lashes, and her mother's mouth, though it smiled far more often. "And she has nothing of me," Alucard had said one night after too much wine. But Rai had placed his hands around his lover's face and said, "She has your heart." Alucard sighed and rounded the bed, climbing in beside his daughter to study the page. The stories in the book were all in Fauran, of course.
Not yet 5, and Ren was already showing the king's gift for languages, an ability to slip between them as if they were rooms in the same house, with all the doors flung open. If diplomacy failed, thought Alucard grimly, at least she would be able to speak to their enemies. The book fell open to her current favorite, a story of a cow who could see the past and future but had no way of knowing which was which. The child curled between them, fingers tangling with Alucard's hair, and he marveled at how much he loved her. Rai took the book and began to read. Was just about to turn the page when someone cleared their throat. Alucard looked up, expecting to see a weary Sasha trailing in the princess's wake. Instead, he found Ren's mother, the queen. Nadia Loreni stood in the doorway, a tiny smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. That's where her amusement always seemed to stop, balanced as if about to spill. Despite her curves, there was a little softness in the queen, not in her keen hazel eyes or the glossy black hair that she wore chopped short and tucked behind her ears, as if it were a nuisance. The moment she appeared, Ren dove beneath the massive covers. Alucard cast a few pillows on top for good measure. "My queen," said Rai warmly. "My king," she answered, drifting into the chamber. Not if it was her own. It wasn't, but with the measured ease of a frequent guest. There had been a question when Rai first married, a question of where his queen would live and sleep, whether or not the royal bed was meant to hold 2 or 3. But Nadia showed no desire to share the king's chamber, aside from the task of conceiving the princess, and even that she'd approached less with passion than focused intent. A puzzle to be solved, a means to the end that they all desired. "I must say, Rai," mused Nadia when she reached the bedpost, "I am relieved to see you are well." Her voice was light, but the look in her eyes made it perfectly clear she knew what had happened in the baths. She cast a glance at Alucard, her face a mirror of his own exasperation. "Tell me," said Rai with a knowing glance down at the covers. "Have you by any chance misplaced a child?" "That depends," Nadia said, looking at the bedpost, leaning on the bedpost. "What does she look like?" Murmuring her good nights first in High Royal and then Arnesian, before Nadia carried her from the room. When they were gone, Rai reached again for the glass, studying the tonic as if it were new to him, as if he had not taken it every night to keep his dreams at bay. Dreams of his mother dying in his arms, his father impaled on the palace steps, his own body tortured and torn apart, unable to die, unable to do anything but watch and suffer. Dreams from which Rai woke screaming, and Alucard could do nothing but hold him back, hold him down, hold him close. The tonic was a kindness, a mercy, one Rai seemed to think he didn't deserve. "Rest is not a weakness," said Alucard gently. The king flashed him a wan smile and downed the tonic in a single swallow. The heat of earlier had melted away between them, leaving a pleasant warmth, and Rai sank back against the pillows, and Alucard flexed his fingers and summoned a small breeze, snuffing the candles and plunging the bedchamber into a darkness eased only by the aisle's red glow through the curtains. Or at least, that is how it must have looked to any other pair of eyes, To Alucard, the threads of magic still burned around their bodies, his own, the blue, green, and white of a shallow surf. And Rise, a galaxy of silver against the dark silk sheets. Alucard lay on his side, one arm draped across the king's stomach, and watched the rise and fall of his lover's chest, the fine tendrils that flowed in and out of his spelled heart, the threads with a moonlit shine peculiar to Antari magic, and yet they didn't look like Kel's or Lila's. They don't move in the same steady way, tracing the lines of every limb and vein. Instead, all of them began and ended at the black sigil, the one Kel burned there with dark magic, binding their bodies, their pulse, and their pain. Rai glanced over and caught his stare. "What are you thinking about?" "Your brother," said Alucard, regretting the words as soon as they were out. Rai raised a brow. "Should I be jealous?" He rolled his eyes. "Go to sleep." "I knew all that loathing was a farce." "Be still," Alucard muttered, rolling into his back. The king chuckled, his voice trailing off as the tonic began to take effect. He sighed and quieted, his limbs loosening as sleep dropped like a curtain. Alucard lay beside him in the dark, thumbing the gold band on the right hand, feeling the impression of the heart and crown over and over as he rolled it around his finger. He was sure Rai was asleep until his voice broke the quiet. "Why do they hate me?" King whispered. The edges of those words were foxed, softened by the drug. But even in its grip, his mind had drifted back to the bath, the hand. "Many love you," said Alucard gently. "A few do not." Rai's eyes drifted open, golden slivers in the dark. "Am I such a terrible king?" Alucard sighed. "All kings are terrible to those looking for someone to blame." Rai's brow furrowed. Not the answer he'd expected, but Alucard pressed on. "You are the face for their ills. You are power, and they have none. You have wealth, and they are wanting. It is not Rai-Maresh those people hate. It is the throne itself." A long pause, and then, "Would you wear the crown?" And Alucard laughed, not a merry sound, but pointed, withering. "Not for all the gold in Arness." "It would look good on you." "Oh, I have no doubt of that." "Not as good as it looks on me, of course," murmured Rai sleepily. "Of course." And Rai said nothing after that. His breathing slowed, the only motion now the pulse of silver, rising and falling within the current of his heart. And Alucard lay beside him until he was sure the king was asleep. And then carefully, he rose, tied his rope, and went to find the queen. And that's the end of part 5. Oh damn, we had a disconnect. Oh wow, I didn't even see that. Goddamn. But it seems like we're back. Alright. How are you guys doing?
I'm gonna quickly use the bathroom and maybe I'll make some food. I don't know. I'm getting a bit hungry because I haven't really eaten much, so we'll see. So I'll be right back, guys. All right, I'm back. Have a little break here for a moment and just, you know, talk for a bit while I'm eating my food. I just made some bread with Nutella because, like, I need something. I haven't eaten, like, at all. Really, so. Like, I'm eating right now, Crystal. How are you doing, Crystal? But yeah, I think the last thing I ate was before my bike ride, so because after the bike ride I took a nap. And then after the nap I started to stream. Like, okay, I had an hour. I was awake for an hour before I started stream, but I was, you know, just laying in bed watching videos. But now we're here. Now we're chilling. I'm really enjoying this book so far. It's really, really nice, especially now getting a bit more with Rai, because Rai has not really been showing up a lot until now. Now we're like 150 pages in. Finally, we get some Rai action. But, you know, I'm enjoying it. It's really fun. What are you up to, Crystal? You doing anything exciting? Just chilling. All right. Sounds good. Oh shit. You played Reaper with your bestie for about an hour. Ooh, how did that go? They're doing a lot of changes soon. Like the you have a currently, I haven't played it yet, but you have the beta available for the next update right now, and it changes a lot of things. The dragon. Oh no. They're gonna change a lot of things. It's gonna be insane when that comes out, like fully. I might play the beta at some point as well. There we go. I am planning, I have a repossession plan this Saturday with some people. So we'll see how that goes. I don't know if we're gonna play modded, if we're gonna play vanilla, if we're gonna play the beta. Whatever. I was standing right in front of a door and he opened it and I literally just could not move away fast enough. Oh my god. That's so annoying. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. They're like, most of the changes are more towards a lot of them are like towards making items more viable, like all the weapons and different items and stuff. So we'll see how that goes. There are a lot of bug fixes as well, like the health pack bug is going to be fixed. The infinite ammo glitch is going to be fixed. The Rhythm Ball event was super easy. I haven't done it yet. You know, after the book, we're probably gonna hop on Genshin because I need to do that event. Plus, I need to do theater, the new theater. I haven't done that yet either. So definitely gonna hop on some Genshin later. One day in 8 hours. I mean, we're gonna do it today. So we'll be fine. But I also need to do theater because, yeah. I always like doing theater. I've seen some of the enemy lineups plus the elements that we currently have. And I'm a bit weary that I might not be able to really clear it as much as I want to, but I think I'll be fine. I did see they even give you like the trial albedo is using a weapon that you cannot obtain anymore in the game if you haven't been around. Imagine being able to clear. If you need any help with it, Crystal, you can always ask me. I'm always there to help out. I hurt my bees. Oh, Crystal. Poor Crystal. It's fine. I will help you out wherever I can. Make your team stronger, make your character stronger. Help you maybe understand some of the characters if you need me to. I will do whatever. I give up, I hug no one. Wow. I hug myself. Jealous. I wish I could hug you.
There we go. Damn, but I need to talk for the book. Or you just want me to sit here in silence now, huh? I could just sit here in silence, you know? Handsome face. It's not that handsome. What do you mean? Oh yeah. Honkai had some more news about their Fate collab. We now know the characters, their path and element, and we are actually getting one of them for free. So that's gotta be cool. We're getting Saber and Archer from Fate Stay Night Unlimited Blade Works. Now we're getting Archer for free. I don't even play. Yeah, Saber is gonna be on a banner, but Archer we're getting for free. From what I saw, it's like Archer is gonna be Quantum Hunt, and Saber is like Wind Destruction, I think. I forgot. But yeah, no, that's gonna be sick. Hopefully that collab will be better than Genshin's collab, because yikes, that did not go as well. Man, Genshin's collab was yeah. It exists, you know. People have the character. Some people use her. Some people don't. Genshin should be dropping the ball for real, right? They really did. Oh god. Thank you. Oh my god. Why is it just... But yeah, there's Archer, and he's gonna be Quantum. Apparently, he's our first male Quantum character, and it's the Hunt. Nice. Yeah, he's the one we're getting for free by just logging in. Yeah, free limited collaboration 5-star Archer from July 11 till the end of version 3.6. Just log in and you get him. And then we got Saber. Yeah, she's okay. Wind Destruction. I was right. The 5-star too, yeah. And then this one will be a banner 5-star that you need to pull for. Damn it. The designs are really cool. I really like it. I haven't watched Unlimited Blade Works, But I did watch Fate's Stay Night Heavens Feel. It was pretty good. I'm gonna be Saber now. What about Aglaya though? I would rather love seeing you in an Aglaya costume. Saber's dress is blue. Wow. I would not be able to look away from you if you were in an Aglaya costume. Let me just say it like that. My eyes would just be on you the entire time. As if they aren't already. Oh, they'll be everywhere. Don't worry. I will make sure you'll get the attention you deserve. Well, you gotta make me then. There ain't no way I'm stopping. It's up to you. All right. Let's get back on the book. We're now at part 6 of chapter 3. Yeah, Carissa, I don't know if you were there, but you missed some spicy scenes between the two guys here. They were trying to go at it. And then they got interrupted. All right. Alucard considered himself a man with very few fears. The only kind of spice I like? Oh, I'm sure you do. I like all kinds of spicy. Right. Alucard considered himself a man with very few fears. He was not afraid of death, having faced it several times. He was not afraid of pain or darkness, spiders, or the open sea. But he maintained a healthy discomfort for the idea of being buried alive. And that was how it felt. Descending into the Queen's hall. Lamps burned on the walls, and spellwork caused their lights to carry and meet, creating an unbroken ribbon of pale gold. But every downward step carried him farther from the surface. His footstep echoed on the wide stone wall. The sound, like a whisper, dropped down a well. The palace was a dazzling spectacle, suspended on a bridge over the River Isle. There was no magic to defeat. The bulk of its weight was held aloft by 4 large pillars sunk into the river floor. Those two of those pillars were solid stone, but the other 2 were hollow. One contained the royal prisons, cells that had once held Cora Tascon, one of the Vescan heirs who tried to end the Maresh line. And even once, briefly, Kel Maresh, when the old king jailed him in a fit of pique. Alucard couldn't blame him. The other hollow pillar had been given to the queen as a wedding present. There was a rumor in some of the London pubs that the Queen of Arnes was in fact a prisoner held in the sunken chamber against her will. But Nadia Loreni was no one's prisoner, and while she did spend most of her nights entombed in the bowels of the Sonar Tast, it was entirely by choice. She had been given splendid rooms in the royal wing, a luxurious bed she rarely slept in, a glittering lounge in which she never entertained, but the various servants and guards had taken to calling this her private chamber. The hall bore no resemblance to the prisons in the other pillar, nor did it retain any trace of its own past, as a hidden training ground for the Antari prince. Now it was a series of interconnected chambers, each as wide and open as the great halls above, and filled with just as much treasure. It was an impressive feat, all the size and grandeur of a royal estate, if that estate were windowless and housed at the bottom of the aisle. Alucard hummed softly as he reached the bottom of the stairs to let the queen know he was coming. She had scolded him once for sneaking up on her in the middle of a half-formed spell, warned him that if her hands had been less steady, she might have brought the entire palace down on their heads. To this day, he wasn't sure if she had been joking. He made a lazy circle around the chamber. She'd been busy. She's always busy. There were a dozen surfaces, and every one of them was covered in something. The beginnings of a new device or the remains of an old one. On the table, he even saw a pistol, a weapon he would recognize only because of Lila Bard's devotion. Its chamber was open, unloaded, but gilded spellwork was now laced along the barrel. Alucard left it, as he left everything in Nadia's workshop, untouched. In the next room, he found her, head bowed over a table, a glass of wine at her elbow, and her crown cast off, the golden circlet hanging from a nearby lamp as if it were a tunic, shed in the midst of passion. She was studying her work as if it were a rash board in the final motions of the game. The only movement was a ribbon of fire that circled around her fingers, as thin and precise as a healer's blade. Her dark hair hung loose and ended just above her shoulders. She'd come to court with the mane of it, cascading down her neck, the kind of locks that men loved and women envied, and her first act as queen had been to hack it off. People gossiped, of course, not that it stopped them from trimming theirs to match. The same ones who shouted that she was a prisoner said that Rai had cut it off in a fit of pique because he was jealous of her beauty. Others claimed he'd done it because he wanted her and Alucard to be a matching set. The truth was much simpler. It got in the way of her work. For Nadia Loreni, that was reason enough to be rid of it. Alucard was still humming as he traced the edge of the moon at the room, but if the queen heard him, she didn't bother to look up. He raised his voice a little, adding words to the song. Also, can't relate about the hair getting in your face and getting annoying. That's why I cut mine short again. That's why I have this shorter hair now. I had a love when I was young. He went to sea. I thought him gone. Still, Nadia didn't stir. And Alucard found himself hoping, not for the first time, that no one ever tried to assassinate the queen. He doubted she would even notice. He came back when I was grown, he sang, passing a shelf piled with rejected tokens, earlier versions of the twin coins that she'd designed to turn a scrying board into a form of long-distance communication. Another held a collection of stoppered bottles, a mortar and pestle, a jar of herbs, the ingredients for the tonic that helped Rai sleep without rendering his brother useless. I had waited and he had known. Alucard trailed his fingers through the air above the disembodied pieces of something that looked dangerously like an inheritor, the device used to contain and pass down a person's magic. Those were outlawed a century before. The last in existence had been used to capture Sauron, so he thought. The day he sailed away from me. Next to it, a table covered in slivers of metal and sheafs of parchment, each filled with the queen's tight scrawl, a mixture of notation and spellwork. And there, in an open glass case, sat 3 silver rings. He took my heart and soul to sea. Alucard trailed off. He knew those rings. They were the same ones worn by the 3 Antari in their battle against the Dark. The rings had bound Holland and Lila and Kel to one another, allowed their magic to be shared between them. But they had also shattered Kel's power when he didn't get his off in time. Even now, the magic that wove around them was strange, iridescent light. Shot through with shadow. Alucard reached out and shut the case's lid. Then he switched to a louder, bawdier song as he drifted toward the queen. The king was made of fire and the queen was made of ice. And when they went to bed that night, he made her melt not once, but twice. So that's where Ren heard it, said the queen at last. She blinked, as if drawn from a reverie, and looked up at him, a pair of magnifying glasses balanced on her nose. Behind them, her hazel eyes looked even larger than usual, flecked with gold and green. You, Alucard Emery, are a terrible influence. Believe it or not, he said, pouring himself a drink. I've heard that before. He had the glass halfway to his lips when Nadia made to stop him. That's for cleaning metals. Alucard sniffed and set the glass aside, snagging the glass of wine from her elbow instead. He sank into a plush green chair, utterly at odds with its surroundings, her sole concession to his frequent visits. Do you ever sleep? He asked.
and miss these golden hours? No, the night is made for work. Dreamers, he said, might disagree. This is how I dream, she said, gesturing at the table covered in half-formed spells. I could point out that you are also here, awake. I couldn't sleep. So you came to bother me? But there was no annoyance in the voice. What can I say? He teased. You're such good companion, as you're such good company. Nadia laughed, the sound rare and bright, and Alucard leaned back in the emerald chair and tucked his hand behind his head. And she returned to her work, ignoring him completely. Now we're jumping in part 7. We're jumping 5 years back. 5 years ago. On the day that Rymarish married Nadia Loreni, Alucard Emery got very drunk. He resolved not to be messy about it. He'd long learned to hold his liquor and to maintain an appearance of charm and ease despite whatever tumult was roiling within. The ceremony was held in the Rose Hall, hundreds of Astra and Vestra filling in to see their king and his chosen queen. Alucard had offered to absent himself, had even hoped perhaps that the king would spare him, but Rai insisted he be there. He was, after all, the king's shadow, his personal guard. So Alucard stood at the bottom of the dais, his face a mask of pleasant cheer, as the Aven Essen bound a length of gold robe around their hands. It shouldn't have been hard to watch, but it was. Even though Rai had done the same in their room the night before, when no one else was there to see, had dragged Alucard from the bed, had taken a gold sash from his robes and laced their fingers, Rai's hand dark and studded with rings, Alucard's lighter, the veins scarred silver. Bind my life to yours, Rai had said, wrapping the sash around their hands, and Alucard had chuckled, but Rai's face was set, his voice sober. I bind my life to yours, he said again, his gold eyes bright, searching, waiting. I bind my life to yours, answered Alucard, and Rai wrapped the sash a second time. I bind my heart to yours, he said, only this time his voice carried so much farther because he was no longer speaking to Alucard. He was standing at the front of the Rose Hall before the Aven Essen and the gathered crowd. I bind my heart to yours, answered Nadia Loreni. Alucard swallowed. I bind my fate to yours, said the king. I bind my fate to yours, said the queen. Tieran drew the gold robe from their hands with a flourish. Is fear on, he said, the oath ringing through the hall. It is done. The words landed on Alucard like a door slamming shut. Cheers went up, voices rang out in celebration. The king and queen turned to face their court, their hands still joined. Alucard smiled and clapped with the rest of the crowd, and then went to find himself another drink. And why not? After all, the whole city was celebrating. The port was full of ships, and the streets outside the palace were crowded with vendors, their stalls grown up like mushrooms overnight, and Alucard hadn't seen the Sona Rast so alive since before Maxime and Amira died. The city's Astra were dressed in white, a sea of cream-draped bodies gathered in a great hall, where music rang against the gilded walls and the tables were heaped with food and drink, and the marble pillars were draped in the colors of the newly twined houses.
According to Rai, the four colors would have clashed terribly. The red and gold of the Maresh, and the dark purple and pale gray of the Loreni. So he had decided on two, purple and gold. He'd offered to add a streak of blue for Emery for Alucard, but he declined. That was not his family anymore, and yet, when he had dressed that morning, he'd worn his family colors. Not because he missed the sight of silver and blue, the memories they conjured, but so that all who gathered here would see that the house of Emery stood with that of Maresh. As if to drive the point home, in place of his own family's sigil, he wore the chalice and sun, forged in silver and sapphire instead of garnet and gold. A servant came by and he held out his glass, watched as the golden wine rose like a tide inside his goblet. Rai's laugh, full and bright, spilled toward him, and he turned and saw the king across the hall, dark skin luminous beneath the gold. The queen smiled and bowed her head, and jealousy coiled around his heart as he wondered what she would have said to make Rai laugh like that. He had just decided to retreat to the balcony when someone called out his name. Alucard Emery! Oh, how much you've grown. A woman strode toward him, her dress a lush forest green. The Astra were expected to wear white, but the Vestra came draped in their own colors, another reminder that they too were royal families. Mirella Nazaro, he said, painting a smile on his face. The sigil on the stallion hung around her neck in emerald and white, and her long hair was pulled back, revealing a widow's peak. The point made bolder by the pearls that traced her hairline. The largest fell in a crystal drop just over her brows. As he bowed to kiss her hand, his memory caught up, supplying the most relevant details. The Nazaros were the farthest from the throne, scattered as they were across the countryside. Morella was shrewd, but her husband was weak-minded and soft-willed, his only ambition for swaths of land and heads of cattle. Always the charmer, she said, reclaiming her hand and promptly using it to gesture out the hall. What a splendid affair this is. I wish my sister was still alive to see it. You may recall my niece Ezreal. You would have made a lovely couple, you know. If she hadn't gone off and become a priest. A pity then, said Alucard, that we both are spoken for. Morella nodded vaguely, scanning the crowd. I cannot seem to find my son, though. He should be here by now. I wanted him to meet the king. And the queen, I'm sure. Oh yes, her too, said Morella, clearly distracted, and Alucard backed away, planning to escape, when another voice said his name. Master Emery. He sighed and turned to find Sol Rosek draped in black and gold, their sigil a blade and crown, shining at his throat. Behind him stood a boy and a girl, just shy of adulthood, and clearly siblings. Though when it came to the Roseks, it was sometimes hard to tell. It was often said that Roseks were so proud they wore their colors on their skin, and sure enough, all three had the same gold hair, albeit different shades, and the same black eyes like drips of ink on white linen. Master Rosek, said Alucard with a bow, it has been too long. Indeed, said the Vestra. The truth was, the Roseks were the only royal family who did not keep a permanent home in London. Instead, they held their own court in the north, though they knew better than to call it that. Master Rosek gestured to his children. My son Orin, my daughter Hanara. The boy, Orin, gave a nearly perfect bow, but there was a mocking flourish to it. his mouth twisted in a private grin. The girl, Hanara, bowed her limbs, but not her head, those black eyes hanging on Alucard as she sank and rose again. "You know, I was a good friend of your father's," said Sol Rosek. 10 years dead, but a mention of Rayson Emery still made Alucard stiffen. "I was sorry to hear his passing." "That makes one of us." The words came sloshing out before Alucard could stop them. Behind his father, Oren snorted. Hanara arched a brow. Sol only frowned. He made a show of scanning the crowded hall. "And where's your older brother, Barras?" Alucard flinched at the name. "I fear you have missed much of recent events," he said, "in your time away from London." He made sure to lean on the last word. "My brother is no longer welcome at court." Rosek's black eyes raked over Alucard. "Pity to see your great house fall into such disrepair." Alucard's fingers tightened on his glass. He imagined squeezing the air from the old man's lungs. It wouldn't be hard. Sol Rosek's own magic had once been a burnished red. Now it was little more than a pale pink thread around his shoulders. He was dying. Alucard wondered if he knew it yet. "Father," Oren was leaning forward, "shouldn't we give our blessings to the king and queen?" "Of course," said Rosek, and with that, the three departed and were soon mercifully swallowed by the crowd. Alucard did not abandon the hall at once. No, he endured another hour, smiled and joked and made pleasantries until his face hurt, and then, at last, he escaped to the gallery above. Told himself it was not an escape at all, simply a chance to get a better view. From there, the bodies below became a tapestry, one he could read as easily as the threads of magic in the air around them. The king and queen ablaze in gold, the royal guards and servant dressed head to toe in crimson, the Astra and the foreign emissaries both in white, though the latter's clothing was cut differently, wrapped close or against their skin. A single Vescan moved through the crowd, not a representative from the foreign court, but the youngest prince, Hawk, now being raised by the London sanctuary. He apparently spoke Anisian well enough to pass for London-born, but the shock of the young man's fair skin and white blonde hair stood out easily in the crowd. The green pool that must be Morella Nasaurus skirted the room, still looking for her son. The three black-clad Roseks grouped together like drops of ink. The new queen's family, the Loreni, dressed in gray collars shaped like crescent moons around their necks. Alucard took in them all. But even once he scanned the entire hall, he found himself still searching for a slash of silver, a swath of blue, for any sign of his brother. Of course he wasn't there. Barras Emery had not shown his face in almost 3 years, not since the night Sauron's poison swept through the city. The night their sister Anissa died and Alucard had burned fighting the magic that Barras let pour into him like a drink. Not that there had been much love before that. Theirs was a wreckage tallied in years, and split knuckles and broken bones, and venomous words and exile plots, and their mother's absence and their father's shadow, and everything Alucard was and Barras wasn't. And yet, despite it all, he had still expected Barras to come, if for no other reason than to make a scene. If he closed his eyes, he could see his older brother, dark hair swept back and head held high, wearing the family colors with pride, and with a pride that Alucard had never been allowed to feel. He could see Barris's eyes, a blue so dark it red as black when he was mad. Could hear the scrape of his voice as he took in the chalice and sun at Alucard's throat and said, "Well, at least you put a collar on this bitch." Alucard clutched the sigil until the silver bit into his palm. His vision blurred and he closed his eyes against the sudden thread of tears. Sound wafted up from the hall below, and yet somehow he still heard the priest's white robes whisper toward him on the balcony. Felt his presence before he turned and saw the tendrils of the Evanescence magic, pale threads dancing in the air. "Master Emery," Tierin said gently. He still stood straight, but in the last year his cheeks had begun to hollow, his skin drooping on his frame, as if being pulled slowly back to the earth. Even the threads of his magic had begun to dim. Alucard eyed the glass of wine in the older man's hand. Said aloud, the Evanescent raised a brow. "I am a priest, not a saint. Besides, it is a question of balance." He took a long sip and closed his eyes as if savoring. "All good things in quiet measure." "I don't know," said Alucard, then draining his glass. "I prefer my vices loud." Tierin's eyes drifted open. They were pale, a winter morning blue, and they studied him, seemed to peel away the varnish and the pride. "Alucard." "Alucard," he began softly. Alucard felt his throat tighten. He turned away from the priest, leaned his elbows on the balcony. His gaze fell like a stone over the crowd. It could have landed anywhere, but of course, it landed on Rye. The king smiled, that dazzling smile, and flung his arms wide, gesturing at the hall, or perhaps telling a story. Alucard wondered wished that he could read his lips from here. He should have been there, at Rye's side. Instead, there was the queen, one hand resting on his shoulder, as if laying claim, as if the crown shining in her dark hair wasn't enough, as if anyone needed reminding that he was hers. "It had to be done," said Tierin, and that was the worst part. Alucard knew the priest was right. He had sworn not only to love the king, but to protect him. And when it came to keeping the throne, a child was stronger than any sword or shield. It was the one thing Alucard alone could not give Rye, and the one thing he needed to remain king. The mandate of magic stated that a ruling king or queen could have only one heir to keep their family from growing too fast, too strong. But if they had none, it was taken as a sign that their time to rule was at an end. The throne would pass to one of the other royal families. Rosek, Nassaro, Loreni, Emery, all of them had ruled before, and all would be too happy to rule again, if given the chance. No, the Marash had held the throne for 300 years. Alucard would not be the reason they lost it. "Had to be done," he said, lifting the glass to his lips, only to find it empty. Below, the new queen had left Rye's side and the king stood alone. He turned in a slow, searching cycle, and Alucard told himself that Rye was looking for him until he saw that shock of crimson hair and knew that it was Kell who held the king's attention. Alucard gritted his teeth. He had promised he wouldn't rile the Antari prince. Not today, but his resolve was weakening with every drink. He had just decided to go down and amuse himself, perhaps find Lila Bard wherever she might be, when someone cleared their throat. He turned, hoping it was his favorite captain. It wasn't. The first thing he saw was the crown, the twin of Rai's own, that sat nestled in her black hair. Well, Alucard had said when Nadia Loreni first came to court, at least I'm still the pretty one. It was, of course, a joke. Nadia was stunning. Most nobles could drape themselves in enough finery to seem attractive, but the oldest of the Loreni heirs was simply undeniably beautiful. Her face was heart-shaped and her body curved with a softness that belied the cutting sharpness of her mind. Like her mother and grandfather, and so many Loreni before, she was an inventor as well as a noble. And now, she was also a queen. Alucard looked around for the Aven Essen, but the priest had retreated, leaving him alone to face Rai's bride. Traitor, he thought as the queen drew near. Alucard, she said, and he resented her anew for the way she said his name, as if they were allies or old friends. My queen, he said, bowing deeply. He thought he saw her roll her eyes. He hadn't noticed that her hands were hidden behind her skirts until she produced them, revealing an open bottle of wine. You have no glass, he said as she filled his. No, she shrugged. I suppose we'll have to share. He downed the contents of the glass and thrust it back, then turned from her to the safety of the gallery's view. Doing all right? I'm doing good. I'm enjoying this book a lot right now. Surely you should be down there greeting your guests. Somehow I think they've survived my absence. She filled the glass and sipping it and said, What about you? What about me? He asked, arching a brow. You are the king's shadow. Should you not be at his side? Today, I'm the pet bird, he said dryly, and so I prefer to perch. Nadia joined him at the marble rail. I know for a fact you are his heart. Who told you that? He did, the day we met, and every day since. Alucard's gaze slid toward her, and Nadia surprised him for the first of many times by laughing. Honestly, you think I don't know that I'm wedding you both? Do you resent me? He asked, but the question off before he added, as I do you. Why should I? She downed the contents of the glass and studied it as if it were a problem, a puzzle. I have never understood why one person must be all things. I want to be a mother, not a wife. Then why be queen? Power, she said, without hesitation, and Alucard must have failed to hide his reaction because she went on. Oh, not as you think. I do not mean the power to command citizens or start wars. I simply mean the power to do as I please, to think and work and live as I like, with no one in my way. Her eyes shone as she spoke with a hungry kind of light. So do you not love him then? Am I meant to? She teased, but seeing the shadow in his face, she sobered. I'm quite fond of our king. And Alucard liked the way she said our instead of my, and liked it even more when she added, but I will never love him as you do, Master Emery. And that, I think, is fine with you, as it is fine with me. The queen looked down over the rail at the celebration below, as Rai held court at the center of it all. We will each love him, she said, in our own way. I will give him what you cannot, and you will give him what I cannot. And together, we shall be a better kind of family. His chest tightened, but for the first time that day, it was not in anger or envy or grief. It was hope. Now come down from your perch, said Nadia, striding away, and help me survive this party. Alucard straightened and said with a ghost of a smile, "If you insist, my queen." Damn. So far, considering Nadia is a new character, I really like her. She's really cool. She knows what she wants. And she's getting it. Alright. You got a cliffhanger? Oh no. We're still going. This was just part 7 of chapter 3. Now we're at part 8. We're just jumping back into the present now, because that was 5 years before. So now back to where we are in the present. Nadia set her tools aside and straightened, massaging her neck, and Alucard knew it was safe to speak again. "The king was nearly killed tonight." "So I heard," said the queen, as if they were discussing dinner courses instead of regicide. And someone else might have thought she was being flippant, but Alucard knew her better. Nadia turned and walked away, disappearing into the next chamber. She didn't tell him to follow her, he didn't have to. When he reached the second room, the iron tang of blood that hit his nose, followed by the scent of citrus and mint, thin streams of smoke rising from tapers. The assassin's body lay naked on the stone block, the killing wound a bloodless tear in his chest. "My queen, if you longed for company, you could have simply asked." "Oh, Alucard," she said, rounding the body. "Is that an invitation? You know you're not my type." Is it the manhood? Is it the manhood or the pulse? "Neither." She plucked the glasses from her face. "Or maybe both." It was nothing but banter, as worn as a good pair of boots. Much to his dismay, Nadia Loreni seemed perfectly content alone. "But I'm not alone," she told him more than once. "I have a husband and a daughter and a friend who haunts me while I work. I have all the freedom of a wife, the wealth of a mother, and the indisputable power of a queen. In short, I have everything I need." "And everything you want," he'd pressed, knowing how it felt to be denied a dream even when surrounded by riches. But Nadia had only looked at him, amused, and said, "If I wanted a woman in my bed, Alucard, I'd have her. Believe it or not, I prefer to sleep alone." And so he believed her, because if Nadia Loreni wanted something, she could not stop until it was hers. Alucard approached the block, studying Rai's would-be killer. In death, the assassin looked young. A tinge of red streaked his cheeks, all that remained of the paint he'd worn. Alucard's gaze dropped until he found that he was looking for. There, against his ribs, just below the killing blow, fingers branded into skin. The hand. Anger bloomed in his chest at the sight of the mark. He dug his nails into the block. The air shivered. Lanterns flickered around the room. Rai's voice came back to him, then soft and sad and thick with sleep. "Why do they hate me?" Alucard looked up, past the body to the chart that spanned the wall beyond. It had grown, like weeds in wet weather, spreading tendrils over stone. 6 months ago, when the whispers became rumors, and the rumors showed no signs of dying out, he'd come to the queen, the sharpest mind he'd ever met, and the only one he trusted, and forced himself to ask. Is there truth in their claim that magic is failing? Is there any way we know? He hated the words before they left their lips. They wasted, they tasted wrong, rancid with doubt, and he was scared to see the queen's reaction, the horror on her face. But he should have known better. Nadia was Nadia after all. She had not recoiled at the question because she had already asked and sought the answer herself. She led him here and showed him the beginnings of her map, what would become a sprawling diagram of magic as she attempted to chart its presence and its strength from the sealing of the doors between worlds 3 centuries before. She lacked the data to go further back, to rise time on the throne. That day, he'd seen the downward curve, his heart sinking with the angle. So there's truth then to the rumor? The queen had only shrugged. All things in nature ebb and flow. The tide rises and falls. The seasons come and go and come again. When will it come again? He'd asked, trying to keep the panic from his voice. When will the tide rise back? Nadia had hesitated, her brow furrowing. She didn't answer, which meant she didn't know, and that was unnerving. Alucard had stared at the chart until his vision blurred, the points and the lines between them smoothing into a shape that made the rise and fall less damning. Maybe Nadia was right, but their enemies wouldn't care. A blunt blade was still a weapon in the wrong hands. He stared at the chart for what felt like hours, and then at last, he'd said, "Don't tell the king." "It's not Rai's doing," she'd said. "The tide curves down before he takes the throne." "Doesn't matter," said Alucard. "He will make himself a martyr." Nadia's fingers had come to rest on his shoulder, and he welcomed their steady weight. "Then we protect him," she'd said, "from the hand and from himself." They stayed like that for a long time, and then her hand fell away, and she said, "I'm still missing a key piece of information." And Alucard knew that she meant Ren. Ren, who was not yet 5, too young to manifest her power, or fail to. He knew that was Rai's worst fear, that his daughter would be like him, born without magic. If that happened, the hand would use it as the spark to light the fire and burn the kingdom down. But Nadia had an arsenal of magic. She would destroy anyone who came for her daughter. And no one would, because Alucard had no intention of waiting for Ren to come of age, no intention of letting the hand grow any stronger. A glint of metal caught his eye, and Alucard dragged his attention away from the wall and back to the body on the table, and the queen beyond, who was rolling up her sleeves, a sharp knife in one hand. "Do you intend to harvest him for parts?" He meant it as a joke. He should have known better. Nadia had the kind of face that seemed always about to smile. Full lips, a wide hazel eyes, and one eyebrow set ever so slightly above the other, giving her a look of mischief which she'd passed on to Ren. There was no malice to it, only curiosity and wonder. The difference being that Ren liked to draw birds, and Nadia would prefer to take their wings apart one feather at a time to understand exactly how they navigated currents. More than one of Ren's pets had found their way down here after meeting a natural end, he hoped. He watched as the queen slid the knife across the dead assassin's chest, the skin parting waxily beneath the steel. What happens to a life when the body dies? She mused aloud. Anisians believe the body is a shell, a vessel for the life that animates it. That as long as we're alive, we are full, and when we die, the vessel empties and the power is poured back into the stream, leaving nothing but the empty shell. No memories, no mind, no spirit. If that is true, we can learn nothing from the dead. She took up a serrated knife and began to saw open his ribs. Alucard swallowed and looked away. Nadia chuckled. "Surely you saw worse when you were a pirate." "Privateer," he corrected.
And even then, I never made a habit of butchering the dead. Care to tell me why you're... He trailed off as she set the saw aside and began to pry open the man's ribcage with her bare hands. Alucard felt bile rising in his throat. He took a step closer to the mint and citrus taper as Nadia withdrew her blood-stained fingers long enough to retrieve a narrow blade, and then resumed her work. Now, the Farans also believe that the body is a vessel for the spirit, she continued. But that, in the time the two are fused, they mark each other, like a hand and wet clay. The body is shaped by power. The flesh retains memories. The tone was casual, as if they were in the gallery, having tea and toast, and... Alucard tried to put the thought of food from his mind as her hands made a sucking sound inside the man's chest, and finally came free, holding his heart. The hand plagues us because we know so little of them. We have yet to learn what they want. What all enemies want, he said, to cause chaos and call it change, to see the end of the Maresh rule. Those are ideals, not answers, she said, weighing the heart. The hand is a mantle, a mask, but masks are worn by people, and people all want different things. She looked at the bloody organ in her hand, eyes bright. What did he want? She carried the heart to an altar, the surface of which was covered in a delicate tracery of spellwork, written out not in ink, but sand. No, not sand, sulfur. As Alucard approached, she set the heart in the very center of the pattern. She tipped out a vial of oil into the heart and snapped her fingers, and a small spark dropped from her hand into the organ. It didn't ignite as much as consume itself. It didn't ignite so much as consume itself. A blue-black flame swallowing the heart before sending slow fingers out along the lines of the sulfur spell. Alucard had never had a gift for writing spells. He could read a basic one and use it well enough, but he had always favored elemental magic, the simple clarity of wind or earth or water in his hands over the more abstract application of someone else's power. Because of that, he never really thought of spellcraft as magic, but watching a new spell, one he'd never seen before, it felt, well, like the sorcery bards sometimes spoke of. The strange, fanciful stuff relegated to stories back in her world, things dreamed up without being understood. It felt to Alucard like watching the impossible made real, and realizing the only thing that separated one from the other was talent. He couldn't imagine how Nadia's mind worked, how she constructed her spells, but he could see the threads woven as carefully as any garment. Here was earth and water to simulate the movement of blood in the veins. Here was fire to emulate the spark of life. What I would give, said the queen, to see the world as you do. Alucard looked up, rubbing his brow. He was so used to blocking out the strings of light, seeing past them, that apparently, when he focused on the threads themselves, he squinted slightly, a furrow forming like a groove between his brows. It had given him awe away. The keen-eyed queen had noticed the squint years before, and he'd made the terrible mistake of telling her the truth of it. Do you think it's your mind or your eyes? Nadia asked as the spell continued to burn. Eyes are, I believe, the seat of perception. Look at Antari magicians, the way the magic claims their ocular nerves. But then again, the mind makes sense of the world and processes its sights. Does this matter? Of course, she said, affronted, but there was a fervor in her voice, and her pupils were as large and dark as a lover's in the throes of passion. I don't like it when you look at me like that, Alucard said. Like what? Like one of your projects, like something you'd like to take apart. I'd put you back when I was done. I do hope it's your eyes, she added with a smirk. They're much easier to study, and such a lovely shade of blue. You cannot have my eyes. No bother, she said with a shrug. I'll take them when you're dead. The soft sizzle of magic died between them. The heart had stopped burning and now lay a blackened lump in the center of the sulfur diagram. The spell was done. Nadia held her breath, and Alucard approached, and together they looked down at the altar. The lines had arranged themselves no longer in intricate circle around the heart. Now they branched out in every direction, like spokes on a wheel, or spikes on a star, or branches on a tree. A memory came to him. Lyda Bard, leaning her elbows on the spire's rail, staring down into a tin cup of awful black tea. She was telling him of a fair that had come to London, her London, once, of a woman there who claimed to see the future in the leaves. What did she say? He asked. Lyla had looked out at the vast expanse of sea. That I'd cause a lot of trouble and die a long way from home. Alucard had snorted. I could have told you that, Bard. She had flicked him one of those smiles, sharp as a knife. Yeah, well, I looked into the cup, and do you know what I saw? He shook his head. She dumped the last of the black sludge into the water. Nothing but tea. Now Alucard stole a glance at Nadia, who was staring down at the table, much as she'd been when he first found her, her eyes flat, unreadable, the current of her mind no doubt rushing past with it beneath the surface. He cleared his throat. Well, did it work? Nadia frowned, as if trying to make sense of the image. After several long seconds, disappointment flickered across her face. Not all spells work, she said, drawing her hand through the ashes and scattering the lines. She turned on her heel and returned to the ruined corpse, staring down into his open eyes. For a moment he wondered if she meant to pry them out and try again, but then she brought her hand to a lever on the table's side. The body vanished, falling through the surface and into the hollowed stone below. She flicked her wrist, and fire overtook the corpse. Do me a favor, Alucard, she said as the body burned. What's that? Next time, try to take the man alive. And that's the end of part 8. Alright, I gotta use the bathroom real quick, and then we're gonna be continuing with part 9. So I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I mean, yeah, Angel, we've read mostly, I think all 8 books so far have been like fantasy novels. The next one is also a fantasy novel, so yeah, there's that. So we've been just on that. All right. Part 9. The last thief was starting to feel unwell. It began as a pain just below his ribs, a twisting in his gut. At first, he blamed it on the boat. Even as a merchant's son, he'd never had the strongest stomach. And as he'd sped away from the Ferrastrasse, the little skiff had rocked and canted heavily on the night rough swells. He blamed it on the energy he'd had to expel propelling the vessel alone, which left him sweaty and shaking by the time he reached the port. An awaiting ship, which had been hired to ferry 3 men, now only him, back to London. As he collapsed onto the cot in the little cabin, the stolen Persalis, bundled in the cloak and the whole thing pressed against his chest. He blamed the swelling sickness on the aftermath of his adventure, though it hadn't been nearly as much fun as he'd hoped. The last thief never thought to blame the wards back on the Ferrastrasse or the fact he hadn't had time to throw the protective cloak over his shoulders as he flung himself over the side of the floating market. He drifted feverishly, turning the events over and over in his mind until it read like one of those legends of Oleg, until he was, of course, the hero. A rough hand shook him awake some time before dawn. He was hot and cold, shivering with sweat, and it took him a moment to realize the ship was docked. "London?" he asked hoarsely, but the man shook his head. "Tanek." He had to drag his thoughts together, retrace the plans. Yes, that was right. He remembered the other 2 talking about it in the hours before the robbery. They would sail the skiff to the nearest port and then board a merchant ship, which would take them as far as the mouth of the Isle, docking just before the checkpoint, where a horse and cart was waiting. The ports kept track of ships and passengers on cargo, but no one counted carriages. The 2 more experienced thieves hadn't included the 3rd man in the talks, but he had lurked and listened. And now he felt a bitter glee because they were dead and he was the only one left to carry out the mission. But as he left the ship, his pride quickly faltered. The ground felt like it was bobbing beneath his feet, and he was distressed to find that the ache had spread to his temples and his chest. He forced fresh air into his lungs as he tucked the wrapped parcel under his arm and went to meet his driver. It was a nice carriage, big enough for 3, and he had it to himself. He tried to savor that as the wheels lurched and jolted on the road. Thin morning light streamed in through the carriage windows, and as London came into sight, he forced himself to unwrap the knotted cloak and confront the glaring problem. Their bounty, the Persalis, was broken. The doormaker had been in one piece aboard the Ferrastrasse, and now it was in several. The last thief tried to recall the drawing he'd seen, the way the object had been meant to look when it was whole. Like a neat little box, a black and gold ring set into its front. That one piece was supposed to come away. He knew that much. And knew that when the Persalis worked, it would open a kind of door that led to that ring, wherever it was placed. The last thief had no idea what the hand wanted the doormaker for, but he was pretty sure their plan relied on it working. So he studied the wreckage closer. The pieces seemed to be all there, and he tried to fit them back together, thinking perhaps it was meant to fully come apart. But no,
Some of the metal was obviously warped, and the wood was splintered. And the one time he thought he might have it back together, the carriage had a nasty bump, and immediately the whole thing crumbled in his lap. He sighed, letting his head fall back. His eyes slipped shut. It was an adventure, he told himself. It was an adventure, and he was Oleg. He was the chosen one. He was going to be sick. He pounded on the roof of the carriage and tumbled out before it had even stopped, retching in the street. There was nothing in his stomach. He'd been too nervous to eat before the job and too ill after, but something still came up, a red-black sludge that left a taste of metal in its wake. He straightened, steadying himself against the carriage as his legs went shaky and his head went light. He looked around. They were in the Shawl. It was a part of London that the merchant's son had been taught to avoid when he was young, and his parents brought him to the capital. A cluster of streets on the outskirts of the city that catered to all sorts of unsavory clientele. From here, the Isle's red glow was barely a tint on the low clouds, and the palace spires a glint of gold in the distance. And yet, it didn't seem so bad. This block, at least, had a baker and a handful of carts, a tavern with its windows intact, a seamstress, and a shop with a gold H printed on the door. A sign was mounted just below, and he took a shaky step toward it until the words came into focus. Once broken, soon repaired. And just like that, the last thief had an idea. It was a terrible idea, and if he hadn't been so sick, he might have stopped long enough to see the folly in it. Instead, he returned to the carriage and told the driver to wait as he gathered up the broken pieces of the Persalis. He had the sense to at least to take out the key piece, the black and gold ring, and tuck it in the breast pocket of his coat, before he bundled up the rest and stumbled toward the shop. He flung his weight against the door, only to realize it was locked. He tried the handle, hissing through his teeth before he saw the little closed sign in the window. His vision was beginning to blur. He rested his forehead against the wooden door, fought to catch his breath, and then he hauled back to the carriage and sank into the welcome dark to wait. That's the end of part 9. Now we're at part 10. Tez had gone to bed craving dumplings. Sometime in her sleep, the wand had lodged like a splinter and worried there, so that by the time she woke up, it was no longer a want, but a need. She hadn't even bothered with her first pot of tea, had simply shoved her feet into her boots and thrown on her coat and began to find breakfast, telling herself to work. The work would hold. The shop could open late. Over the last 3 years, Tez had made it a mission to sample all the dumplings London had to offer, from the dozen different street carts scattered across the city's many squares to the large stall in the night market, to the fancy storefront on the northern banks that specialized in fish, to that one kind of dodgy cart there in the middle of the Shawl. Should be a book where magic and magical beings exist in the modern days. That would be interesting. That was an ongoing search, but so far the best by far came from a little white stall tucked between a butcher and a baker on Harras Va and the other side of the docks. It was a long walk, but it was worth it. And half an hour later, Tess was on her way back to the shop, clutching the steaming satchel as if it were gold coins instead of pillow dough. Morning had broken like an egg over the city, a yellow light that looked warmer than it felt as it touched the rooftops and glinted on store windows. All around her, London was coming to life, and though Tess still missed the cliffs where she was born, The constant hush of the sea she had grown fond of the capital, the way it sprawled and grew like a garden in full bloom. Every day a little different, a little bigger. She liked the way it brimmed with magic, even it was someone so tangled and so bright it hurt her eyes. She liked the markets that sprang up like mushrooms, and the fact that no matter how often she explored, she always found something new. She liked the constant rattle of horses and the ramble of voices in the streets, the melody that rose and fell but never fell away. She liked knowing she was in a place so big and full of noise that she could shout and no one would turn, that she could hide and no one would find her. Where are you, little rabbit? Tess shivered, told herself it was just a cold breeze that had kicked up, finding the holes in her coat. I should really mend those, she remarked to Varese, tucked in his usual pocket. The dead owl made no reply. She didn't blame him. They both knew she wasn't nearly as good with needle and string as she was with threads of magic. Her mother always, but there Tess caught herself and drew her thoughts into another way. Perhaps it was time to buy new clothes instead. 15 was such a disconcerting age. Her body insisted on growing in fits and starts so that nothing seemed to fit, not even her skin. She resolved to start looking for a new coat. Nothing magical though. Most of the coats had something woven through them. A spell to keep the water off, a spell to make them warm in winter or cool in summer. All she wanted was good, sturdy wool. Her stomach growled as she opened the sack and popped a dumpling in her mouth, savoring the scented steam that filled her senses as she bit down the fine diced onion, the spiced meat. She smiled. Worth it, she said, mouthful. From her coat pocket, Varese clicked his beak as if he wanted a bite. You don't have a stomach, she pointed out. You just make a mess. The dead owl seemed to sigh, and Tess swallowed, resisting the urge to reach for another until she was back in her shop with a cup of tea. So Tess sagged with a relief as she reached the shawl, her eyes welcoming the shadows that fell over the narrower streets, the river's light breaking like a surf against the building. She slowed only when she passed a shuttered store and saw something drawn on the wall. The white paint was still wet against the stone. Up close, it looked like massive strokes, but when she took a few steps back, she saw what it meant to be. A hand. She hurried on, quickening her pace until she reached the shop, the gold H welcoming her back. She ran her fingers over the words on the sign, once broken, soon repaired, tugging on the threads she'd woven through them in protection and loosening the spell that kept the place locked up. But as Tess let herself in, she saw too late that the shop wasn't empty. Someone stood at the counter, rummaging around, their back to the door. Fear prickled through Tess, her fingers reaching for the nearest weapon, which was unfortunately a small metal lantern designed to magnify light, as she cleared her throat and said in her most intimidating voice, "What do you think you're doing?" "Looking for sugar," said a familiar voice. And then the reed-thin body straightened, revealing black hair and long limbs in a fraying gray coat. "Honestly, Tess, how could you drink it like this?" He turned his cheek as he said this, and his face caught the light, exposing a fox's sharp jaw and a playful grin. Nero. Tess felt her fear uncoil, her limbs relaxing until she saw that he had poured himself a cup of her finest tea. "You know," she said, "people put locks on doors for a reason." Nero leaned his elbows back on the counter and blew a lock of hair out of his eye. To make things more interesting, she sat down the satchel of dumplings and fished the dead owl from her coat, returning him to his perch on the counter. "Who's a good dead bird?" cooed Nero, digging a few fried seeds from his pocket. "Don't do that," she said as he fed them to the owl. "You know he can't eat." Sure enough, the seeds clacked and clattered through Varus's bones and landed in a pile between his feet. "Aw," said Nero, patting the bird's skull. "But look at how happy it makes him." Varus clicked his beak in delight and ruffled his featherless wings. Tez rolled her eyes. Even the damn bird was charmed. That was the trouble with Nero. He was charming. His black hair had a life of its own, from the widow's peak it made over his brow to the tendrils that curled against his cheeks, and the rest rose like a cloud over his head. And if that weren't enough, he had eyes that were gold at the edges and green at the center, and a kind of smile that made Tess blush even though she didn't fancy him. Charming wasn't the only word that came to mind. Not by a long shot, but it was usually the first, followed by criminal, con artist, a ne'er-do-well. Those words were conjured images of scowling brutes, and he was always surprisingly cheerful. And then there was friend. That one was a warm stone in her hand, and she was torn between the urge to hold it close and cast it away. Friends were dangerous, and she'd never planned on making one, certainly not with someone like him. Nero pushed off the counter and looked around. "How's Mr. Haskin today?" he asked, knowing there was no such person and never had been. "Hungry." Tess took the bag of dumplings with her as she rounded the corner, putting the boundary between them if for no other reason than to remind Nero that there was one. "How did she even get in?" "There are 2 doors," he said lightly, though she'd never shown him the second one, tucked like a secret in the back of the shop. "You only spelled the first." She swore softly. "Aren't you clever?" "Only I had magic," he mused. "I wouldn't have to be." Nero's mouth gave a bitter twitch as he said it, as if the world had marked him as the lesser for his lack of power, and it would have if he'd truly been born without an element. But they both knew he was lying. Tess could see it written in the air around him, the shocking violet of his power, a color so rare it stood out even against the cluttered threads of the shop. And even if she hadn't been able to read it there, in his threads, she had seen it once, and only once in action. He had helped her out of a scrape when she first came to London and used his power to do it. So she knew, and he knew that she knew. And they both knew well enough to lean into the lie. "What are you doing here?" she asked, setting the kettle back on the stove and snatching up the mug he'd left on the counter. Nero spread his arms. "I'm a customer." "And you couldn't wait outside?" "It was cold in the street." "It's still summer," she said, lifting Varus to sweep away the mounds of seed. "It looked like it might rain," he ventured. She looked around with a sigh. "Did you steal anything?" Nero recoiled. "From you? I'd never." He then proceeded to pluck a dumpling out of the bag and pop it into his mouth. "Honestly," he said around the mouthful, "that's good. I heard that you'd even ask. But since we're both here now, I could use your help." Okay. was I? Oh, there. The trouble with Nero was that she knew he was trouble. He wore it like a brand. From that hapless grin to those green gold eyes, it was like seeing a trap and stepping into it anyway. Don't trust that guy? Yeah, same. She just couldn't help but like him. Perhaps it was the way he treated her, not like a mark, but a little sister. She was a little sister, but not his. As if he ever asked, she would have lied and said she was an only child, and her parents had died horrible deaths at sea, so there was no one to miss her, and no one who might come looking, and that was that. But Nero didn't ask. He never asked, because they had an understanding. They were allowed to know each other as they were now, not as they'd been sometimes before. Pasts belonged right where they were, so he didn't ask what a girl her age, not that he knew it, was doing alone in the city, running an often illegal repair shop. And she didn't ask him about the magic he pretended not to have, or why he always looked like he'd been on the wrong end of a fight. Sure, over time they traded small and largely useless details. He had a sweet tooth. She lived on strong tea. He had a smile that could charm a shadow into the light. She had a glare that could send it back. They both had a habit of talking to things that weren't really there. Nero to himself and Tez to her owl. But the only reason Nero even knew her name was because he made her a bet in a round of Sanct, 1 letter for every losing hand, and by the time she realized the entire point of the game was to cheat, he had those 3 letters, the only ones she used. Don't be cross, he said with a laugh. It's only a name. But he was wrong. A name was like a strand of hair or a hangnail, something people shed too easily, no concern from where it went. But since opening the shop, she'd seen spells woven with names at the center, curses spun out around syllables, charms folded over letters. She'd seen names used to bribe and to threaten, seen a man knifed for the man he'd given, a woman arrested for spitting on the name of the king. Names had value, and her father taught her never to give a thing away for less than it was worth, especially something you couldn't buy back. On some level, even Nero knew it. After all, he'd given her his first name, or at least those 4 letters, Nero, tossed them out like bits of burning paper on Sal Veranoche. But he'd never parted with the rest. If there was more, he'd cut it off, cast it away. He was just Nero. She was just Tess. He was just a thief, and she was just a fixer. Show me. Nero grinned and pulled a necklace from his pocket, a gaudy gilded thing set with stones. He held it out to Tess. Not really my color, is it? I suppose thieves can't be picky. She plucked it from his hand, but as she did, her eyes went to his fingers. There was white paint on them, and her stomach clenched. She told herself shouldn't care. It was none of her business. Nero followed her gaze and recoiled, wiping his hand on his trousers. I didn't, he started. I don't want to know, he said. I touched the wall, he insisted. I didn't realize it was wet. I don't care, she said, and meant it. That was a kind of trouble she didn't need or want. The hand was faceless. Nobody knew how many there were or who had joined. Oh yeah, right, the little hand, the handprint that was outside in white paint. Oh shit. If anyone knew a hand, they didn't live to tell anyone. And if a hand did go around bragging about being one, they didn't live long enough to do it twice. Let me guess, she said, turning her attention to the necklace. You liberated this from a ship, or it fell off a merchant cart, or the wind just blew it into your hands. Nero crossed his arms. For your information, I won it fair and square in a game of Sanct. There's nothing fair or square about that game. Tess cleared a place on the counter and set the necklace down on a piece of black cloth. Well, I want it, though perhaps a little too easily. He leaned back into her space. He leaned forward into her space. I just want to make sure it's not cursed. She reached for her blotters. This is a shop for broken things, she began. Clocks and locks and household trinkets, he finished. I know the line. Well, this is a household trinket, and I think it might be faulty, so maybe you could do whatever it is you do. He made a little flourish, and check. Tess shook her head. Even as she tugged the blotters on, the rest of the room disappeared, and Nero with it, the chaos of strings moved to a flat and empty black. She looked down at the necklace on its cloth. And now, the only magic in her vision. It was easy then to see the problem. She didn't need to touch it, but she did. Made a show of lifting the necklace and turning it over. It's not cursed, she said, but it is tethered. Somewhere to her left, Nero groaned. No wonder they let you win it, she went on. No one can hunt you down and take it back. He slumped forward into her line of sight. With the blotters on, all she could see was his face, too close, and the ominous purple of his magic as it twisted through the air around his green-gold eyes, which were wide and pleading. Unless you untether it, Tess sighed. Unless I untether it, she said, which I'm only going to do so, the owner, previous owner, doesn't come looking for it in my shop. Nero smiled a dazzling smile. Have I told you you're the best? Only when I'm doing you favors. I try to say it more often, he said, disappearing into the darkness beyond her side. Well, I don't need your flattery, she said, ignoring the heat that flooded stubbornly into her cheeks. Now let me work. He stole it. Well, they did just say that he won it in a card game, and the card game is all about using magic to cheat. So technically, he won it in a cheating game. Tess took up a tool, pretending to prod at the spellwork written on the metal instead of the threads running through the air above it. Tools wouldn't work on the magic itself. She tried. Only her hands seemed able to catch and hold the braid and fray and knot and tear. As she picked apart the spell, Nero wandered the shop. Don't touch anything, she said, and she could practically hear his fingers stop halfway to a shelf. How long will this take? It depends, she said, on how often you distract me. She could have worked a lot faster, but it would have been too obvious what she was and wasn't doing. She heard the crackle of waxy paper as Nero stole another dumpling and swore, picking at the tendrils. Each time she pulled one free of the spell and set it aside, the light instantly began to fade. Without being bound to something, the magic slipped away, diffused back into the world. In moments, the thread itself was gone. She worked, minutes sliding by, until the necklace sat on the counter, as lightless as the square of cloth beneath it. Nothing but a gaudy bauble. She was still staring at it, arresting her eyes in the dark, when something large and metal crashed to the floor behind her. Tess tore off the blotters, and the world rushed in, too messy, too bright. Nero was behind the counter, one hand still resting on her personal work shelf, her stash, he called it. The wall lined with baskets of half-fixed trinkets and half-formed spells, things she toyed with between jobs, and he knelt to fetch the fallen object. Don't touch that, she shouted, and he proceeded to drop it again. Tess cringed as it struck the floor, hollow metal ringing as it bounced. Is it dangerous? He asked as it rolled away. What do you think? I think it looks like a kettle. It is a kettle, she said, rubbing her tired eyes. You put the water in cold and it comes out hot. Or it will, when I fix it. Could you make it come out wine? She started to say no, and then hesitated. That would be a much more complicated bit of spell work, since one was simply heating water and the other involved a transmutation. The twisting of earth and mineral into... No, she stopped herself before her mind could race ahead, get lost in the potential. Here, she said, holding out the necklace. No more tether, just bad taste and a quick pet sale. Nero took the jewelry and turned it over his hands. How does she do it? He asked, directing the question to the owl instead of her. The truth was, Tess didn't know, at least not how to put it into words, ones that would make sense to anyone but her. Most people experienced magic one of two ways: as a raw element or a constructed spell. Spells were designed to bind the elements into shape. They were instructions for those elements, but few elemental magicians handled spells, and few spellcrafters handled raw elements. One was yarn, the other a tapestry, which meant that both were made of thread. People assumed that when Tess worked on an object, she read the spell work, but honestly, the marks meant nothing to her. She read the pattern itself, a language no one else could see or speak. One that existed between her and the magic. She wondered sometimes if there were others who could see the world the way she did, who could reach out and change it. And if there were, she'd never manage. She'd never heard of them. Which meant if they did exist, they were smart enough to keep the talent to themselves. So when Nero asked, as he always did, Tess simply said, magic, and left it at that. How much do I owe you? He asked, pocketing the necklace. Tess snatched up the bag of dumplings from the corner's edge and it felt suspiciously light. 5 lin. Nero winced at the cost and she felt herself relenting. It hadn't been that much work. How about 3? She checked the bag. 4 dumplings you ate. He brightened. I'll bring 6. So you can eat half, she countered. He winked and ambled backward, lazily unspooling himself toward the door. I want the good ones, she added, from the shop on Haravaz. Only the best, he said, tugging up the collar on his coat, which looked even rattier than hers. Use the money you're not paying me to get a better coat. Can't, he said. This one's lucky. It's full of holes. And yet nothing falls out, only in. Nero turned away. Tell Master Haskin I said hello. He called back, reaching for the door just as it swung open and a young man stumbled in. Nero could have jumped out of the man's path, but he didn't. And the two collided in a way that made Tess suspect nothing had just fallen out of the stranger's pocket and into Nero's. Something had just fallen into the stranger's pocket and into Nero's. Sorry, said Nero, slowing long enough to steady in a new customer, and then he was gone, and a man was barreling toward her. Something bundled against his chest. Askin, he started. Isn't here, she said, but I can help you. Tess was about to go into her speech about the clocks and locks and household trinkets, but the words died on her lips when she saw the threads in the air around the man. They were decaying. The man couldn't be much older than Nero, but he looked awful. At first, she thought he must be sick, but she'd seen sick people before, the light in the threads dimming with their health. This was different, like poison spreading through roots. Or a curse. She recoiled as he dumped the bundle onto the counter between them. Need you to fix. He stumbled over the words, his hands shaking as he unwrapped the parcel on the counter, revealing splintered wood and warped metal. Not as much an object as a collection of parts. Whatever it was, or had been once, it was very broken. So Tess hesitated. She didn't want to touch it, in case it was the source of the man's sickness. She had seen cursed objects before, threads dripping with the oily sheen of tainted magic, the air around them bruised, the strings crumbling with rot. But the threads above the broken thing were splintered, not rotten. Unlike this customer, who seemed to be getting worse by the moment, sweat ran down the bridge of his nose, and there were bruised hollows beneath his eyes. What is it? She asked. But he couldn't say, only muttered the words on her shop door. Once broken, soon repaired. Tess folded her arms. You want me to fix a thing without knowing what it is or what it was meant to do? It's broken, he wheezed. That's what it is. It's meant to be whole. Can you fix it or not? That was a good question. She'd yet to find something she couldn't fix, but then she usually knew how it was meant to work. And yet, in theory at least, the threats would tell her. If she could read the pattern, if she could reconstruct it. It would be a challenge, but Tess loved a challenge. She gestured at the mound of parts. Is this everything? She asked, and the stranger hesitated. Everything you need, he said. Which wasn't the same thing, but he clearly wasn't well, and she didn't need him fainting in her shop. I'll do it, Tess said. 8 lin, half a front. The man didn't argue. He fumbled in his pockets, pulled out a handful of loose coins. They were all lin, red metal printed with a small gold star, and yet he plucked them out of his palm one at a time, holding each coin to the light as if to check its value before setting it on the counter. Tess produced a black ticket, a gold H on one side and a number on the other, and slid it across the table so she didn't have to touch him. In case it was the kind of curse that spread. Her eyes were already drifting back to the parcel, the pieces, her mind racing ahead when he asked, When will it be ready? When it's ready, she said, and then, seeing the fear and panic that swept across his sickly face, she added, Come back in 3 days. She would know by then if she could fix it or not. His head jerked like a puppet's. 3 days. He seemed loath to leave the bundle of broken as it was. He backed away from her, as Nero had done. But there was no ease, no charm, only a cord drawn taut. And then it snapped, and he was gone. Tess got up and followed in his wake, turning the sign to closed and locking the door despite the early hour. She scarfed down the remaining dumplings and brewed a pot of strong black tea, and sat down before the stack of broken parts. She cracked her knuckles, rolled her neck, and bundled the curls on top of her head. Well, she said to the dead owl at her elbow, let's see what we've got. And I think that's where we end today, because that was the end of chapter 3. We've done the entire chapter 3 today. Holy shit. That was about like 80 pages or something. I think that's good enough for today. That was just chapter 3? Yep.
this is what we've read so far over the last 3 weeks. And this is what we still have. And then chapter 4 is called The Open Door. Now, the way this book is constructed, like many of Schwab's books, is chapters and parts. What we read was part 10 of chapter 3. Right now. So now we are officially at chapter 4. So obviously at that point it would go to part 1. All right. But I figured that object now, that whatever it was called, I forgot the name of it. It was mentioned here before, right? The Persalis? Was it Persalis? I think it was Persalis, right? Something like that. Yeah. I figured that that's gonna come over, that's gonna be in Tess's hands now. And I fear that she's able to be able to open it, to fix it. Because that item is gonna cause a lot of trouble if it's fixed. My other theory still stands. My other theory, I hope, will also at some point come into play, which is the fact that I think Tess is also going to be able to fix Kel. With her powers that she has. But they still have to meet, and I'm curious to see how that will go. But for now, we're gonna... I don't trust that boy. I don't either, but he doesn't seem as bad as some of the other characters so far, but we'll see. He just seems like a mischievous little like thief who's kind of like in a gray area. Like, he's not like evil, but you know, he has a bad side to him. And you shouldn't trust him. Okay. We're going over to some Genshin. Let me just set it all up here real quick, and then we can switch over to some Genshin Impact. You know, the mangas that had characters like him, a few of them were good, and the others were bad. Yeah, no, but I feel like, considering like Lila, when she first started out, she was also like a very like petty thief, you know, fighting for her survival and everything, and now she's like one of the most powerful magicians in the world, and saved an entire world. Like, I don't think he's gonna be on that level, obviously, but he doesn't seem like, unless like obviously the whole thing now, the most concerning part about him right now is not the fact that he's like a conniving, charming thief as he has meant, as he was portrayed, but the fact that he had that white paint on his hands, and there was a white handprint as a symbol for that cult that is trying to assassinate the king. So, you know, there's a bit of suspicion there. Because the hand is there, it's like a little group that thinks it's the king's fault. The magic in this world they live in is dwindling, and they want to kill the king in the hopes that, like, and they believe that would bring back the magic to its full power. But yeah, no, we'll see. Might be a former member, or well, he's pretending not to be one, but he is actually one. But this was the first time he showed up in the book. I do not know anything about him yet, so I can't say anything apart from my suspicions right now and everything, but I don't have anything concrete. Wait, that's the wrong thing. This is the one. Okay. And there we go. He could still very well be a member, because as they said as well, if somebody would have ever spoken about them being a member, they wouldn't live long enough to tell another person. I don't think that group would let somebody who was a member live. If they no longer want to be a member and they're like a quote unquote like deserter, I feel like they would get rid of him. 100% they would get rid of him. But we'll see. All right. Oh wait. Is it? It's still considered Sunday right now, I think. So
Thank you for completing.
shall we do talent
Astra.
books or weapon materials? Actually, we can do weapon materials.